I'm muted. So all you saw was the wine. That's all you needed to see. I was just doing a little bit to lead up to the wine. So just imagine I said something really funny that was leading into me showing my bottle of wine. Fuck. Stream ruined. Yeah, stream ruined. Let's call it a night. Good night, boys. Peace and love. Goodbye. Scuffed already. Anyway, we're doing con theories of conspiracy con Fridays, okay, about the lab leak theory. Wow, my webcam goes out of focus so fast when I disappear. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, if you want to join, this is made by Big Soda, hosted by the both of us, but it's Big Soda's love child, okay? Since Rage stole another child away from him, aka Trivia Night. If you want to join up, you can click the link that's pinned at the top of the chat. It's also in the description. If you think about it, thank you, Big Soda, for the $3.58. All of my donations, there should be in increments of $3.58 if you think about it. And of course, you must. Good to see you, Big Soda. Good to see you, Food Toy. Good to see you, Anson. Good to see you, Brett. All right, pulling you both up.
Hello.
Come on up here, Big Soda. Don't be shy.
You know what? I think Big Soda's wrong.
Wow, that was a little quick.
Big Soda
could have been gentler.
I don't think that Jewish people dancing is anti-Semitic.
No, I'm just saying that specific video, that intro is anti-Semitic.
Why?
Because he's dog whistling. Confluence knows what he's doing.
He's dog whistling?
I am Jew whistling. I'm calling my fellow Jews. Come to me. Abandon the goys.
Never listen to a goy call Jews. It ended very bad last time.
That's true. That is true.
A goy call?
Like the goy signal, you know? But anyway, Big Soda.
Did you get my Discord?
I did. I got it here. We have not quite schizo levels of John Zerka. Maybe we should get John Zerka to make the most schizo fucking holy shit. If I paid him money, I'm sure he'd do it. And we could get like node after node and layer after layer, and that would take like 5 days to unpack.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Incomprehensible, of course. Like, so I don't know if it would be very helpful, but it would, you know.
But we can just follow the trail the best we can.
I don't know where you've been in the last like 10 years, but you don't have to pay anybody to do anything now. We have AI. It will do it for you.
This is different.
Yeah, you don't know the thing I'm talking about. I have the document somewhere. I wish I could find it. I don't think AI is capable of making something that like almost makes sense, but like doesn't really make sense, and you need someone to walk you through it point by point, and it's so scattered all over the place. Like I wish I could show you this document, Futoy. It's fucking crazy. It's a John Zerka's debate prep for his new theory that he thinks he can prove that God exists. And it is for his eyes only, but he shared it with me and said I could put it on the screen. And it's like, maybe to him it makes sense, but to everyone else it is utterly incomprehensible. Like, it's just complete nonsense.
I said it before and I'll say it again. If God, why Emmett?
That is, well, that's the best proof against God, perhaps. Okay, Zerka's trying to do the opposite, you know. So this is Big Soda says schizo nodes.
Because if Emmett follows God, then what's your reasoning not to?
That's true.
Because if God loves someone like Emmett, he's got to love you, Futoy. Irish and all.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Actually, I never thought of it that way. I wonder why.
It's a little schizo, but like I just wanted general talking points. So like we're not necessarily just reading off notes. It'll like just topics that we can talk about.
Kind of. Who can name this animal?
That is a possum.
That is not a possum. It is related to the topic of the stream. That's your only hint.
That is a Fauci weasel.
No. Keelan, any guesses? Keelan, you're the zoologist among us, okay?
The topic of the stream is lab leaks?
Yeah. So what? This is an uncommon animal. The only time I've ever heard it brought up is in relation to the C-19 virus. I'm sure other people have heard it.
I think the government shouldn't be involved in telling people what makes the good life. I think they should stay out of that.
That's is that like your white man voice, Keelan? That's crazy.
Sorry, I'm just a liberal.
Just a liberal.
I
What
mean,
liberals sound like, possibly sometimes.
You know what? I think it's a good point. I also think the government, we need smaller government.
I think it's orangutan confluence.
Come on,
Yeah,
someone
but
think
Utoy-
about the animals. Like you got the
Utoy,
pangolin,
I
the
think-
mighty pangolin. Okay, that's
I
talked
think
about with
smaller,
C19.
smaller,
What
but
else?
not too small, right? Like we don't want too small of a government. We just want a larger but smaller
There we
government,
go.
right?
That's a fucking civet. Testy knows. That's a fucking civet. That's right.
In fact, it's not
Good job,
just
Testy.
it's not just a civet; it's a masked palm civet, otherwise
Is
known
it?
as a Paguma larvata.
It's not just
I'm
any
sure-
civet; it's an AI
How did
civet.
you- oh, did you like put it in the AI? Is that what you just
Of course I did. No, I just know these things.
You had to think about it for a really long time.
I'm a wealth of knowledge. I have so much knowledge; it took me time to get through it all. To
He
this
just
point.
took a picture of it and typed it into Chat GPT, and it gave him everything he needed. And told him how much of a good boy he is.
Yeah, I'm already like beyond the point of being able to survive without AI.
Ooh, what the fuck was
Everyone
that?
look at this. This is one of the best animals on God's green earth. Okay,
Is that an
unironically.
It's a
armadillo?
fucking dinosaur.
It's an
This is,
armadillo.
you're right, Keelan. This is a pangolin. It is a bipedal fucking armadillo looking motherfucker. Okay, it's
it's like-
incredible.
Straight out of Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
It
honest,
is,
bro.
yeah.
Yeah, it is straight out of Pokemon.
Yeah, this is a fucking Sandshrew, really, if you think about it.
I
Probably
think
is
war
what
in the Middle
Sandshrew is
East
based
is
on.
bad, but I also
I could
think
see
that our
that.
gas prices are too high.
Wow, what a nuanced political.
Yeah, Keelan, you are on point tonight. Holy shit.
Wow, Keelan's the only one that would bring politics into a Pokemon conversation.
Oh shit! Look, what is Sandshrew based on? It's primarily based on the pangolin. Okay, that checks out. So that's why it
Yeah.
looks like a Pokemon,
Wait,
because a
What else
Pokemon
is
looks
it
like
based
it.
on? What else is it based on?
Behavioral influences for the armadillo and the mighty shrew.
No
Ooh,
way. It's based
it's
on
tr-
shrews.
Screw coated.
Apparently.
I thought a shrew was like a little mouse.
Crazy.
Oh, what's a Pikachu's based on something? Oh, what's that animal called?
Yeah, there's an animal like a Pikachu. Yes, I've seen it. It's a little desert thing.
I know
It's
it's
called
got
a
a li-
Pikachu.
Little
No.
mouse.
What?
That would be-
It's
What
that's
the
not
fuck?
true. It's not a squirrel. What is this?
Well,
That's no. There's an animal that's way closer than this. There's no world.
and how we've grown accustomed to viewing squirrels in this group is with giant testicles.
Inspired by a squirrel?
No,
I
that's
swear
wrong.
there's like a more like rodent that's like related.
So,
like this
you got-
thing.
you got
like
the
a
BBC
pika.
You got the BBC and Reddit agreeing on this, and you're going to say that they're wrong?
I
This
just
is
don't think it's based
Oh,
on a
no.
squirrel. I feel like there's another animal.
There is.
Like
I've
a
seen it.
pika, maybe? A
It's
pika?
called something
Oh, no, that's
baby.
eating disorder. That's where people eat hair and shit.
it is a little related to that.
It's something baby. It's like sand baby or
A sugar glider? Sugar baby? No, it's not a sugar glider.
yeah, that's something like it. But
What animal does Pikachu look like? It's not a fucking squirrel. He doesn't know. Wait, a pika is an animal. I'm being
A
gaslit. I
pika.
just Googled this. A pika. Why aren't I? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's more like a Pikachu, I think, than a fucking squirrel.
yeah, squirrel.
And it's
I know
also named.
Pikachu.
Its name is also. It's got Pika or Pika in the name. Okay.
And it even said
I feel like they retconned this years later. They're like,
It's-
we
it's
got to
like
be
a fucking
inclusive to the
Mandela
squirrel
effect.
community.
Fun fact: a cat's only natural predator is a microwave. Weirdly, Testy has super chatted this before. Thank you for $5 for Testy. Unfortunate.
there's actually another animal that really looks like Pikachu, and that one looks like a mouse. Isn't the shrew a little small mouse with a long nose?
I mean, it's mouse adjacent.
I thought Pikachu was literally the
Yeah, look,
electric
that's a
mouse.
shrew. That's a shrew. That is nothing like Pikachu. That's a fucking shrew.
Yeah, his name's not Pika Shrew. Okay, he doesn't. He's not. They're saying it's based on a squirrel, not a shrew. They're
Right,
saying Sand Shrew is based partly on a shrew. I mean, it's got shrew in the name, so that makes sense. But pangolin is kind of like a sand shrew, which kind of sounds like a slur now that I'm saying that together. But
So somebody
That's
get
okay.
us Wikipedia email. It's time for complaints.
oh,
They've
do
got
you?
it wrong.
Okay, wait, I've said this before, but there's a Pokemon. This is unrelated, but it's related to Pokemon that I thought there's no, sorry, it's not a Pokemon. There's a real life creature that my whole adult life I thought was a Pokemon. And they were like selling it on merch and stuff. Big Son, have I mentioned this to you? And I only found out like a
Capybara.
month ago. What?
Capybara.
No, I know a capybara is real. I love capybaras. I've seen them in real life. No, it's like it starts like an A. I want to say like aioli, but that's
Oh,
a type of sauce.
Antlion? Or no, not
No, not
antlion.
not antlion.
Anteater?
No, it's like a sea Pokemon. It's like pink. Testy, help me out here. I feel like Testy would know this based on his
Axolotl?
stupid knowledge.
Pink?
Axolotl, yes. I thought that was a Pokemon. I didn't realize this was a real thing. This
That's
guy.
fucking insane.
Yeah,
That's
I saw it. I thought on like T-shirts and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, Pokemon T-shirt. Like I just always thought that, and then I realized it's not even a Pokemon at all. It's just
It looks like
a salamander type thing, I guess. Yeah, salamander.
it looks like a
Pokemon, right?
creature
Like,
that emerged from nuclear waste accident.
like how would anyone think this is a real thing?
Well, they're critically endangered, so it's very difficult to find them.
Allegedly.
They are so cute. I thought you guys were gonna have Candace Owens on.
Nah, they're not.
Inshallah.
There's only so much dopamine I can handle.
Yeah, there's only so much. There's a lot.
I think the government should stop spending money on foreign wars and use it to fix our roads.
Based. I hit a pothole the other day.
Or we can go destroy someone else's roads and then rebuild them.
Wait, Keelan, talk about the Ukraine.
Or we could
I
take
think
other people's roads.
Ukraine conflict is very complex with good guys and bad guys on both sides.
Keelan, would
feel
you
liberal to say that.
allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities?
Yeah.
I think nuclear energy is good for everyone.
That is an answer.
Oh, but Keelan, they swore to destroy America. They killed 30 to 40,000 of their own people for just protesting. What the hell are they going to do to their enemies if they have nuclear missiles?
Probably blow them
Shit.
up.
I can't even reach this level of liberal. Like, it's not possible.
What do you do?
Is it very liberal?
Do my best.
What is this? What are we doing right now?
This is some Testy posted in the chat. So.
Keelan, there's
I
so
feel like this is what
aggressive.
shows up on Testy's feeds all the time. Just this like nonsense.
They're very aggressive, Keelan.
The Iranian
Are you-
people or axolotls?
Not the people, the regime. People are cool. It's the regime.
Yeah. Are they aggressive enough to hit a country thousands of miles away from them with missiles?
Yes. They funded Hamas, did they not? They funded terrorist organizations to attack Israel, did they not?
They did
Which
do that.
country are they launching remote strikes against right now?
Israel.
Yeah.
Those I wouldn't consider remote because they're launching those from Iran.
Oh, you mean? Oh, well, then what do you mean? Oh, Hezbollah.
Hezbollah isn't
gets money
Iran.
from. What? I'm sorry. Remote. I'm assuming we mean proxy groups. Iran funds Hezbollah.
No,
Hezbollah
I'm
shoots-
meaning like your country's located on this continent and you're firing missiles at a country located on this continent.
Well, they don't have the ability to do that.
Wait. Let's reel it back a bit, right? Let's reel it back a bit. How do you feel about them killing their protesters?
Muted? I mean, have a good one, Tom. What is happening? Emmett, what's going on?
How did he mute you?
I don't know. What that means. I don't know if he's telling me I'm muted or if he means he muted a chatter. I have no idea. I have no idea.
I muted him. Sorry, guys. My bad.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of this means. I have no idea.
So, Keelan, what's your response, please?
Okay, apparently. Emmett's drunk. You know what? I want to make an announcement, okay? This is a real announcement, okay? This is going to sound fake. I've decided. I always knew this, but I'm anti-war. Okay, I'm anti-war. Still neocon. Still neocon.
You can't.
I was watching this is the stupidest footage too. I was watching it. So recently the Ukraine attacked Crimea, and I was watching just a video of like drones blowing up like just an energy, just like I don't know, like a fucking a mining thing, an oil drilling thing. And there was no one was even dying in the video, but just as someone watching the footage and seeing the drones hit and seeing stuff burning, it just like hit me in a way, and I'm like, fuck this shit, man. This is like awful. This is like fucking awful. This is Ukraine doing like I'm pro Ukraine, and no one died in the video. I think that's my problem. I don't watch enough war footage because I actively avoid it. But even just seeing a drone hitting a fucking infrastructure, I'm like, I hate this. I hate this.
But not all war is equal.
I like war.
Not all war has the same reasons. Like, what if America didn't go up against Hitler? What if America didn't come in and save the day? We'd all be speaking fucking German right now.
No, the Soviets would have still won.
Never forget that, Futoy. You should thank us every time you meet us.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you guys for
my predecessors made America. Why would I not be happy?
The Soviets would have still defeated Hitler. No. The Soviets would have still defeated
If it wasn't for the Irish, there would be no America.
No.
The Soviets would have beaten him.
The Soviets were close to getting a nuclear weapon, just like we were. Closer than Germany was. Like, no matter what, they're eventually defeating Hitler and they're eventually defeating Japan.
Okay, the nuke thing.
I don't know.
But wait, Keelan, this is a legit question. Like, first of all, when did Russia get their first nuke? And then second of all, was it because we got our nuke? Like, if we didn't get our nuke, if we were doing our shit, would they have still gotten a nuke? But again, also, when did they get a nuke?
1949 is when they got theirs. I don't know if they did anything with our research. I don't know that they'd have access to that. And the Soviets were like wildly good at math and science.
Yeah, they are.
Still like that's still an extra, adding an extra like 4 years onto the war. Like, but you don't think it's possible that like Hitler could have invaded and like fucked up the Soviet Union before they got their nuke?
No, I don't think, like, from what I recall, they weren't doing well against the Soviets.
Dust, baby, is that a dust?
Isn't that a bit of a meme though? Like, it's just like the whole winter thing where it's like, yeah, there was that like one thing with like the seasons change, but I feel like that gets overblown. I feel like it's overblown.
Well, I mean, just throwing overwhelming force really kind of fucked Germany's front up. Like, they were marching into Stalingrad, and then Russia was able to throw so many forces that he was then able to push back and then start switching from defense to offense.
Well, that's a good point, Red Eye, I guess.
But without D-Day, without all of our troops that we send over, without the full battle on two fronts, the whole Pacific Rim shit, like I don't know.
Yeah, I looked it up, and my World War II history isn't the greatest, but apparently before the U.S. like started sending ground troops or became a major factor in the war, the eastern front of the Germans was already basically destroyed.
That sounds right to me.
Right, but when does Japan enter? I mean, like
Japan entered before.
Japan is almost Japan. So I don't think the Soviets were planning an invasion of Japan before the U.S. dropped the bombs. Like, I don't know how much of a factor Japan was compared to Germany.
I don't know. They were hopping all those island nations and everything.
Asia's a lot harder than Europe.
Yeah, Japan were also in Russia, weren't they? Not or competing with Russia for somewhere.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know if they went that far north.
No, but they were competing with Russia.
I don't think Japan was in Russia, but
no, they were competing with them for somewhere. No, I think they did actually go to Russia.
So with the Easter,
Japan was in China.
China, Korea, Indonesia, Philippines.
So when I say like the U.S. uninvolved in, it's mostly Europe because like the Japan stuff was mostly with the U.S.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Tell that to all the Southeast Island nations that they were fucking.
No, they were-
Yeah, they were
crimes in,
destroying
no.
a lot of those people, but the major power they were up against was the U.S. in that area.
Yeah.
I think they were also trying to get their hands on some oil, right? Because without that oil, they didn't have their
Well, everyone
army.
was like fighting over diesel. I remember that. That was like one of the main supply chain issues.
Yeah.
But does the
Well,
Soviet
definitely.
Union get nukes fast enough to destroy Japan?
Nah.
Probably
I think-
not. But then I think they go a different tactic. I don't know if they go like straight blow them up. If they do come into conflict with them, I mean, it seems like it would be something that Russia would just throw its full fleet
Germany, right?
against them. If you got to think, our fleet was like our Pacific fleet was like crushed. Like we only had, I think, 2 or 3 ships left out of all the ones that were at Pearl Harbor, and I think Russia would have probably a better front getting to Japan than we did.
But also, wait, just to go back, because like what we're talking about like maybe the U.S. like let's say even if that's true, the U.S. didn't need to enter, but that we're just then punting to another country stopping Germany. Like if we're because we got on this topic because of like the anti-war
okay.
stuff.
Hold
Either
on.
way, war was necessary, right? We're just saying, oh, I guess the Soviets would have handled it and they would have done more war, and the war would have been longer. But it's still
True.
war. It's just like us not doing it. But
No.
still, if no one fought, then we'd all be speaking German, you know, as everyone likes to say.
Well, not
Well,
us,
because
but, you
we
know.
go back far enough, and we're like, well, then nobody fights World War One. Nobody does all this shit because we're anti-war now, right? And World War II never even happens. World War One never even happens because we fail to convince the Germans that they're the greatest. Or no, Franz Ferdinand doesn't get killed. Whatever.
I'm not saying go back in time and erase it all, but I'm saying like it even now, right? I guess it's like with Russia, it's like if you're truly, I guess, like anti, this is what I mean. Like I like emotionally, I'm very anti-war, as the Crimea video has made me realize, you know. But it's like there,
Because you
it's
saw
still
white
like
people dying.
No, I saw no one dying. That's what I'm saying. It was a weird thing to make me have a feeling because no one died. It was Ukraine attacking Crimea, which is a place that I think Ukraine rightfully should have. Fuck the cold water ports or whatever the fuck. But it's still if no one stopped, if Ukraine didn't fight, then what? We just let Russia go through all the fucking Baltics and whatever the fuck I always get Baltics and Balkans confused. I'm not sure which one I mean, but you know what I'm talking
The Baltic. I think you mean the Baltics.
Okay.
Like maybe Russia. So Putin said like the worst thing that happened was So first of all, the reason I was talking about Germany and Europe was because someone said that we're lucky the U.S. got involved in Europe, and like it ended faster than it would have. But I don't think the U.S. being in Europe was like entirely necessary. Japan is different, but Europe, I feel like the Soviets could have cleaned house. But anyway, what was I
Well,
gonna
the
say?
interesting thing is if we don't intervene, or if Japan doesn't drag us in there, who tackles Japan? 'Cause, I mean, I would assume it would have to be Russia because all the other countries are getting
Certainly not.
brutalized by the Japanese.
Yeah, I don't think the Japanese would have been able to keep up what they were doing because
Yeah,
of just the amount of people they had to control. Because you have like all of China, the Koreas, some of the most populated places on Earth, and one group trying to take it over that comes from an island, which is a large island, to be fair.
but I mean,
Welcome
we're
to the
talking
immaculate
about having to
erection.
hold down Korea, China, Indonesia. Like it seems too much for an island of what 4 or 5 million people at the time.
Wait, I have a quick little mini rant here. So Japan was severely weakened. They were months away from surrender, and this is actually within. Was it Truman? There's like internal documents from like military intelligence that were saying as much. Like they were demoralized, as Keelan mentioned. Like, you know, crazy enough, kamikaze attacks are a little bit of a one-trick pony. Eventually, you start losing people willing to, the people willing to do that. So, yeah, they were losing a lot of people. They were they had no morale. The only thing that they wanted was to keep the emperor like at his post or whatever. And the nuke ended up being the thing for like the unconditional surrender. But I think that was like the one caveat was that like we want to make sure that the emperor stays the emperor kind of thing.
See, I want to push back on that because so also not a World War II expert, but as Keelan said, but my understanding from the reports I read is that there's a name for what the proposed operation was, but so the other alternative to the nukes was the amphibious ground invasion of Japan, and from what I read, the estimated death toll of that would be like insane. So like I don't know, like so that doesn't track what you're saying doesn't track with I guess what I'm saying, because if they're like moments away from surrender, then you wouldn't have to do an amphibious ground invasion and kill like millions of people or whatever the fuck the death toll, not millions, but
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. That was like that's the counter argument of like it would have been a long protracted conflict. I'm pretty sure you're right. I think that because they were going over a bunch of different options. Yeah, if they put in ground forces, like they would have been at a clear disadvantage. And more than likely, like thousands upon thousands of troops at the very least would have died. Not to even mention civilians,
Millions.
But I don't know about millions of troops, but maybe. But at the very least,
people.
Like Japan was, they were also starved. They had lost Germany already. Like Germany was defeated in May, and I want to say the nukes were dropped at like the end of July or August or whatever, but
they were
I think it was August. Yeah,
they had no allies. They were getting so many supplies from Germany. Like, plus they're a fucking tiny little island, so like they could have just been
they got that dog in them, Testy.
I know, but I'm saying that they
got that dog
all they had to do was like starve them out. Like they are an island, you can block their ports. Like they were kind of helpless ultimately. So it could have just been a war of attrition, and eventually it's like okay, either you're everyone in your country starves to death, or you surrender.
Yeah, but so again, so maybe I'm like off base here, but they were in China, they were in all of these island fucking nations. So I don't know if you could just like blockade Japan itself, like they were conquesting like all these other places. So it's like wouldn't they just take resources from them if they're fucking in China up to chicanery?
Maybe, yeah. This is where the limits of maybe my own knowledge are.
Because I know there's Canadian troops I know that went to fight in China that were like tortured by the Japanese.
Yeah, I know more information about like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they're not technically war crimes only because that terminology didn't exist until after World War II. But I consider it to be like one of the greatest crimes against humanity, if not the greatest crime against humanity that's ever been done.
That's crazy.
It was dropped. It was dropped.
Mr. I'm anti-war.
Wait. It's not worse than the rape of Nanking, I think.
No, yeah, the rape of Nanking is way worse.
In the sheer amount of destruction and like so, and also okay, I don't understand that you can totally source me, bro, because I've done all the research. I have like first hand sources of like the typewriter shit of like actually primary sources of these. So they specifically chose a target that was like near a civilian center. They did not target military. The whole reason, apart from testing the nuke, was it was to set an example specifically for Russia to say that like don't fuck with us. They didn't really give a fuck about Japan, as I said.
I thought both of them were military targets.
No, they absolutely not. So so there was a bunch of criteria that they went through. One of them was shock and awe. Literally, this is in the documents. They say it's to create a spectacle. To like, they wanted people to see it. They dropped. I want to say it was. I always forget between Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I think it was Hiroshima. They literally dropped it on a bridge, like a civilian bridge right next to the city. Like they intentionally targeted a civilian area. Because they wanted, like they could have bombed the countryside. They could have destroyed some military installation off the beaten path or whatever.
I don't know. I like which one are you saying? Because this is news to me. If you're saying that Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't key military targets, or are you just saying they were military targets and they dropped it in a
there was a
more civilian adjacent area of a military target?
No, it was so there were military installations or something that were like impacted, but that was not the primary like reasoning or rationale. There was 5 different locations that were proposed. One was even, I think, Kyoto, which was the capital, but they determined that was like too risky. And then there were 4 others, and of the ones that they chose. But let me like it's totally fair to be like, hey, give me a source. So I have done the research on this. I will find them.
I also want to say the worst were like more people died in like the fucking Tokyo carpet bombings, didn't they? Than the
I don't rate it just on like a death toll thing. I just think that it like not as a pure death toll, right? I think that just like the act of dropping a nuclear weapon on a civilian, like I mean, it had the desired effect. I just think we saw why nukes have not been used since. Like, it is such a devastatingly destructive thing. I don't think you could ever justify doing that to anybody. I don't think there's ever a morally justified reason to like nuke anywhere.
that's crazy.
Maybe that's the lefty in me, but yeah.
I posted it in chat, but yeah, Nagasaki, the bomb went off 500 meters from the largest Christian church in East Asia.
Oh, there you go, making it. Keep bringing it home.
Come on,
There's
places of worship everywhere.
We've talked about this sort of thing.
Yes, but
before.
how do you think God appreciates intentionally dropping bombs on Christian churches?
I think that's a silly argument. I think it's a silly argument.
We talked about this sort of thing before, and I don't think Testicular Johnson is wrong in saying it. I think we're thinking of terrible atrocities in different ways, where like the rape of Nanjing went on for how long, and these two bombs killed people basically instantly. So I think the duration of time in multiple ways has an effect on how terrible
and the levels of cruelty too, surely. Like the rape of Nanking was like fucking horrible because of like the intentionality of the cruelty, the methods they used, like that has to play into.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
When you die, do you want to just randomly die in a way that like you don't experience whatsoever, or do you want to be like conscious till the last minute and like know that you're dying?
Probably, I guess. Do I get to know more details? Because like I don't want to like burn alive slowly and like, you know what I mean, and no, but I would like to have like some time to, I guess, face it and stuff like that, but not if it involves like insane amounts of suffering, right?
So what if you just like poofed out of existence right now?
Yeah, that would be better than like being like burned alive slowly, let's say, or like being like tortured to death.
Would it?
I think so, yeah. Like both are like frightening, but like getting tortured to death, I think, I feel like that's worse if I had to choose. I mean, this is why people pick euthanasia, right?
Which one is more cosmically horrifying?
Well, yeah, okay, fair. But I would say that's the only line I would agree with. On like, on an existential level, the fact that you're just here and then you're just gone and you had like no even moment to process it. That's more, from an existential dread point of view, I get that. But from a boots on the ground, my skin's being like peeled off by some sadist, I'll take the instant death. You know what I mean? Cameron, I feel like we know Cameron. We got Cameron in the back chat. Who is he? Who is Cameron?
Which is worse, Confluence, being poofed out? So in the context of these different atrocities, which is worse, being just immediately vaporized or the rape of Nanjing?
Yeah, I think the rape of Nanking is worse. I think far worse. No, both. But when I say worse, I mean both from the degree of the people suffering, but also from the intention, right? Like I mean, you brought it up, so I'm sure you know some of the horrific things, which I will repeat because they're just awful. The intentionality behind it, right? Like that to me, when I'm thinking of like war crimes, I'm thinking of the suffering of the individual, but I'm also thinking of the motives of the perpetrator. Like what's their mental frame here, right? And it's like, all right, to make someone out of existence is one thing, but to do like the horrific stuff that the Japanese did to like China is just unimaginable, right? To think that people could do that.
Oh, sorry. I posted in the back chat some resources. I have a lot of other links, but I don't want to just because you have to kind of read through them, and mostly I'm trying to just show you that these are actually primary sources. But so you do have to kind of read through them and piece together the timeline, because you're right that I have another document. It does say that military installations were to be chosen adjacent to homes, so it was it was being discussed as a secondary factor. But what they ended up doing was they used it as the primary factors. And I think the one I posted is the one that that describes the 5 targets and why they think they would be good locations to strike. and there's a small excerpt of one of the consideration was the psychological factor that it was to like create the greatest psychological effect and spectacle, and part of that again was to scare like the world, not the world, but the Russians specifically, to show that hey, and they also had a third bomb in the works. It wasn't quite completed, but I believe that they also threatened, or it was ready for deployment. They were going to drop a third one, but then Japan surrendered. So, and there's other things in here, like one of the criteria was that it was to be dropped without warning, but then they did end up dropping like pamphlets or something. So it's like, you know, I understand there's like what they discussed in these meetings, and then there's like what actually happened. So there is a little bit of like, you know, piecing it together. But sorry,
I'm always hesitant to just take like, there's a lot of documents that say a lot of crazy things. I don't know if that like is what they ultimately decided on.
Well, even if you look,
but yeah, I'm sure. I'm not shocked at the shock and awe aspect.
Right. Okay.
Like to me, that makes sense. I don't know, but again, I think they were key military targets, and I'm sure they wanted it to be a massive spectacle for the reasons you said. Like I don't think they're going out of their way, I guess, to target civilian stuff. That's why I'm thinking the Tokyo carpet bombings is worse, because that was like way more civilians and way, in my opinion, less justified.
I'll even give you like, because from the other end, like the bombing of Dresden is like one of the most horrific things that happened as well, right? Like,
right, yeah,
that would absolutely be considered like a war, like literally like let's bomb a civilian city center like as a sustained attack, like. Yeah, that would never fly today either. So yeah,
but you know what I always think? I've said this before, and this is a serious point. But in StarCraft, okay, I've said this before. StarCraft, right? A good strategy is to like drop units into the enemy's mineral line, and you're just like killing like workers. They're just like mining, but it's effective. It doesn't make it right? Like that's the problem. It's like in I guess a total war situation, because this is what I heard Andrew Wilson say, and it bugged me because he was saying like a lot more insane shit. And to be clear, I'm not saying that we should go after. I think the Dresden stuff was fucked up, but in a hypothetical maybe where it's like, this nation is like coming to kill you. They're going to do the worst stuff to all of your people, and it's like that they have minerals, they have Vespine geysers, and that that's how they're funding their war efforts, because you use minerals to make Marines, and you use the Vespine gas and the minerals to make siege tanks, right? So it's used for machineries of war, right? So it's like, the citizens themselves aren't doing anything bad, but they're funding the war effort. That money and those resources are being used to produce the weaponry.
They're cogs. You could say they're cogs in the machine. Like,
right. So it's like, if you want to take out the machine, it's like, I understand.
I get
why people go to that line. And in a non-total war situation, I don't think it's fair, but
I don't believe in like total war. I don't think you should ever like, I mean, I'm very like idealistic in this regard, but like, I think as a very quick example, because the closest thing we have to like a totalitarian regime that exists today is North Korea. And what North Korea does is when they like disappear somebody, they are killing them, they're killing their grandparents, and they're killing their children. They wipe out an entire generation so that nobody can ever seek revenge. Like, to me, that speaks to the same type of logic of like, well, that there is some method to the madness if you're thinking in those terms, where it's like, well, yeah, here are all the people that could possibly ever want to seek revenge on us. Why don't we just wipe out this entire bloodline just so that can never happen? And to be clear, it's not every single time. Sometimes they go into the labor camps. Sometimes they're just made to be destitute, so like there's no prospects or whatever. But
I'm thinking like a Vlad the Impaler situation. Someone we both put on our list of the top 5 worst white people of all time.
I think he's might be the worst person in history. I will even go there, but go on.
Okay, yeah, and I don't disagree. I mean, so imagine that guy is outside your gates.
What about Alexander the Great? What the fuck are you talking about? Vlad the Impaler.
He was worse than Vlad the Impaler? I'm echoing.
He went across half the world. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but no, you're correct. He slaughtered like
conquested a lot.
But they also were absorbed into the empire. It was kind of like bend the knee, otherwise you're going to be destroyed. And to be fair, he did destroy some people, or like not civilizations, but like he did just wipe out large swaths of people who would not like come to. But his whole thing was he stretched his empire too thin. Like he's certainly a narcissist and egomaniac and all the rest of it. But like,
there's a reason why one gets the moniker the Great and the other gets the moniker the Impaler. Okay, there's a reason.
Well, when I say worse, Black Impaler was just like he was just sadistic. Like he would have dinners and have people impaled and like dying in front of him, and like he
Yeah,
saw
it was like music to him. It's
Yes.
like it was like fucked up.
he would have like, so he's one of the few people I think that when the Muslims came to like attack him or whatever, where they actually left the battlefield, because what he did was he prepared all of these stakes with people that were dying at different rates, right? And he perfected it as an art so he could like draw out the pain for as long as possible before they die. So it's like a very slow impalement, and he would just walk through the stakes at late at night apparently just to like hear the groaning and the screams. And the story goes that they entered the battlefield and saw this and literally thought it was like this person is like, you know, of the devil, like this is demonic. And they were like,
right.
And they were like, we don't want any part of this shit, and they just fucking left. Like they just were like, we there's a bunch of other shit, but he was just like he was such a disturbed person. He just got so much
that's what I'm saying, Testy. So that guy is, let's say, outside your gates, and you know what he's going to do to your people. He's going to probably impale them. That's kind of his go-to, right? And let's say you have the option, you can sneak around and kill his fucking SCVs because you know that they're mining the minerals.
Okay, I'll let other people get in here, but just like again, when I say I'm idealistic, and this is like a very sure it's a slogan-y type of thing, but like I always say, like the people that choose war, I am totally fine with them killing each other. But the people who do not choose war, do not choose conflict, which is always the majority of people, I think that like the utmost should be done to try and protect them to the best. Like even if I say, because I've even said if we go to North Korea, they're like, you could say like they're quote unquote like brainwashed. Like if they pick up arms and they start firing at you, okay, now they're like they are combatants. You know, fair enough. They're now valid targets. But I don't think that just because a population thinks a certain way or thinks that you're, you know, you've been demonized, the West has been demonized, that you are the devil, you are the everything wrong. Even the same with like the terrorists in the Middle East, whatever you want to say. Yeah, I don't think that's just like a wholesale justification to just be like, well, fuck them because like it's too much of a problem. So, or they're a potential problem, or like they're helping the actual problem. So, I don't like.
Right.
To me, it's just the slippery slope type of thing, I guess.
Okay, guy in the back. I see you. I don't know you. You have to cam up. Or
yeah, sorry, I did a lot of rambling there, so I'll let somebody else go.
Do I know you, guy in the back? Unfortunately, we're still under a high threat. Oh, I don't know you. Okay, unfortunately, yes. I know it says open panel.
It's Jacob and you.
It's a different Jacob. Unfortunately, I'm sure you are a regular guy. I'm sure you are. And I know it says open panel, but unfortunately, you have to stick around the community for a little bit because we've had some bad actors.
Sorry.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm really sorry about that. If you stick around and you're chatting for a while, then it's fine. But unfortunately, we brought people up and we
should change the title.
I know it sucks, but
this is an open panel. Bring them up. Bring them up.
The CIA knocked me off your panel.
It doesn't say semi.
Thank God for that, because you were echoing like a motherfucker.
Why didn't you tell me? Damn it.
Because when people try to tell you something, you just keep talking.
I wasn't talking. I was quiet. What are you talking about?
Jacob, I see you asking, what do people do? They just, try to do chicanery, TOS the stream and stuff like that, like go against terms of service.
Oh, put him on.
He's
obviously a good guy. Come on, he doesn't even know what they do. Bring him up.
Yeah, he doesn't even know.
So Keelan, it's on you, VP bombs, right?
I don't know if that's much of a consolation, but if you stick around,
you can ban me if you P-bomb.
I think your original thoughts were right, Confluence.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. But so sorry about that, Jacob. I will remove you from the thing. But if you stick around, you get to know the community. Absolutely. That's why I'm letting the other people up, because I know them. But unfortunately, we're still on threat level at midnight. So no disrespect to you, Jacob, at all.
Oh, he's a good guy. He said it's bigger than black and white. Come on.
Also, the thing is, it's the same guy that's joined under a couple different names, and I haven't let him up past times. And so that makes me a little sus, Jacob, if you're watching, because you joined under a different name a previous time. And so
did it tell you all that?
I have ways of knowing.
Ooh.
I have ways.
I'm the investigator.
Yeah. With a bit of investigation, I know it's the same guy that joined yesterday, and he wasn't Jacob. I can't remember what name it was, but it wasn't Jacob.
You know, I really researched the whole Pearl Harbor thing about a year ago.
Thank you, Pounders.
Made a little video about it, but my memory is so bad, man.
We deserved it. We deserved Pearl Harbor because we were preventing the Japanese from getting resources. Like, come on. They had a reason to do it.
Think about it. What do they want the resources for, Keelan?
That's like the best. That's like if you just build like supply depots between the SCVs and the mineral patch. That's like the most humane thing. So they just can't access the minerals. So you're not killing anyone.
He was kind of, at least like they were kind of, you know, America was kind of cucking them. Like, what else were they supposed to do?
I don't know.
How they not blow up Pearl Harbor?
What do they want the resources for?
How many people
Do you
even
not
died?
think war is inevitable? This is my question. Because like Keelan, you play chess, right? When you're playing chess,
Oh shit! A lot of
do
people
you ever
died.
just shuffle your pieces back and forth endlessly? Like instantly, when you enter a chess game, you know you have to kill the other opponent. You go after the king, and you will slaughter.
What kind of chess are you playing
pawns.
where you have to kill your opponent? The fuck?
You're killing the pieces. You're taking out bishops. Those are religious figures. You're taking about animals, horses. You're taking out rooks, which is named after a bird.
Kill the horses.
You're not killing.
But no, my point is,
You're
no one
not
just sits
killing.
there and just moves around and has a little chat. Like you're going for the throat. You're trying to capture the king.
No, you're not. You're not killing. You're capturing.
Yeah, can
Right,
I just
okay.
say
But that's
somebody who
still
just said
war.
that-
Even if you don't kill anyone,
someone who-
fine. Even if it's capturing.
for someone who just declared how
The
anti-war
pawns
they
don't come
are,
back. The
being
pawns
very
can't come
comfortable
back.
about war. You're like, I'm anti-war now, but hey, what about when war is necessary and we should just
Right.
wipe out their civilians before they become an issue? It's like, okay.
No, I'm pushing it to its limits. I'm saying, is there not a situation of total war? I'm not saying we should kill civilians, but I'm just saying, is there not a situation that we could imagine where
Kind of answered,
I
I don't believe in like the concept of total war. I don't think
Well,
that's nice because you're not in a total war, and neither am I. But if we had Vlad the Impaler circling our fucking village, you would all of a sudden very quickly believe in the concept of
no.
total
You
war.
cut
I
off
think.
the head and the body will fall. You kill the people at the top, the people who are like.
If you're a village, of like 500 people, and the enemy is surrounding you, you might not have the luxury of, I'll just go assassinate the head guy.
If you're
Like
fighting-
your people, your women will be raped, your kids will be killed.
Yeah,
like
I
there's
guess-
a level of
Yes,
of
that's an existential threat. You're
right?
fighting. Yeah, so in that type of situation, that's more akin to like a self-defense thing. If you're saying you're 500 people and an army is approaching you, yeah, I'm not saying be a pacifist and let them fucking come in and rape and pillage or whatever. Like, yeah, that's different. I thought what you were saying is that like, let's say there's two somewhat evenly matched armies or whatever it might be. Like, let's take the Trojan horse type of thing, right? Like, arguably, that's kind of a scummy move where they like, hey, we're going to give you this gift, and then they sneak
That
out
is
and
a
they start
scummy move,
fucking
yeah.
killing people in the middle of the night. But that there is a strategic thing. You could make the argument, well, it's like, well, far less people are dying because you got to jump on them and you got to slaughter them in their sleep. But like, yeah, and in that context, if they're just doing that to like soldiers and the combatants, then there probably is some level of justification because it's like if they don't kill you tonight, they're going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to try and kill you. But I don't think that justifies then you can just slaughter the village.
Okay, okay. Let me hit you with the thought experiment, okay? So Vlad the Impaler and his troops are surrounding your village, okay? You have a magic button. If you hit that button, 1,000 of his civilians that are key will perish and it will end the conflict. He is coming. You don't have enough forces to stop him. You know he's going to impale. Again, that's his fucking namesake. That's his like specialty. You know everyone's going to be impaled. Do you hit that button? Do you understand why people might hit that button? 2 questions. And it's like you have like 10,000. It's 10,000 people. It's all your people. It's all your loved ones, and they're going to die in the most horrific way possible. And you can end it, but you're hitting a button that's going to guarantee to kill all of his. It's like some bomb or something. You got some like Pegasus and a beeper situation.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. So, just one point of clarification: when you say like his civilians, do you mean just like, are you talking about like his troops, or you're just saying people who may be helping the war effort?
The SCVs, they're mining the minerals. They're getting the Vespine gas.
Okay, then no. To answer the first question, no, I would not do that. I don't think that's right. And to answer the second question, yes, I can understand absolutely why somebody may actually do it.
What if it's 2 civilians that's going to kill? Would you hit that button then?
No, you're gonna just like
I'm
threshold
curious
type.
of the heaping you. How many
Uh,
civilians would you kill?
Two,
Just to your
and
people?
this is like somehow guaranteed to like stop the attack and like prevent the
Yeah.
deaths of maybe hundreds, thousands. Yeah, then that in like a utilitarian calculus way, I probably would have to like bite that bullet. Yeah.
Okay, what about 3?
Is this like the heap of sand like
Yeah,
paradox
that's
or
what I said,
whatever?
the paradox of the
Yeah.
heat. Yeah.
Yeah, the heap, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like the idea of, because I understand like you could say they're not like innocent. Like, yeah, the people working at the factory making the bombs, like they're not like directly hurting anybody, but they are creating the tools to do so, right? So like I understand there's like, actually even in that case, I think if you're a place where you're manufacturing weapons is also considered to be like a valid target. So yeah, I mean, you could be a civilian. You're not like part of the army. You could be part of the private sector and you just work there. You know, but there is some probably understandable risk that you could be a target. So I think that there are some certain levels to it. I don't think that if you're like refueling the planes or something that if you're just some dude, like, so I don't know. I'm being maybe a little wishy-washy, but like as a broad sort of thing, I don't think it's a good thing. But like
I mean,
maybe
like,
there are.
I don't know either. Like, I don't like it. Like, I think of Age of Empires, right? You have farms and they're farmed by civilians, but that food is used to make new archers, right? Like, it just is. And that's how it works in real life, right? Like, the food, the basic necessities are used to fuel the military, right? So even so, it is a civilian target, but like,
well, this is siege warfare. Like, this is like kind of like siege warfare. This happened a lot in the Middle Ages, right? Because part of the thing was that you had like the serfs or whatever. I mean, speaking very generally, but let's say that hey, these guys are fucking coming over the hill, and so like everybody from the surrounding areas that live around the castle, the villages and stuff, they all get to the keep, right? And you got your moat or whatever the fuck, and that's what they would often do, right? It's like, hey, do we have enough food to survive the winter? And usually it's just a war of attrition where it's like we're just gonna starve them out. Like, that's kind of the hope. And then sometimes they're like, if we can make it to the fall and the winter, like the army basically has to retreat, otherwise they're gonna starve. And hopefully we have enough food and supplies and water to kind of get us through it. Like, that was how a lot of battles were ended up being fought. They weren't like glorious battles in the middle of an open field or something. Like, this is how most of these things ended up going.
that's
right?
what I mean. Like,
Isn't that
so
what
besides
happened to Napoleon?
besides that one video I watched about the drone strike, right? All my other war, comes from like watching movies and stuff, and those are pretty bad. Like, have you ever seen Thin Red Line? Okay, that's what really black-pilled me on war to begin with. It's like,
what's his name?
war is fucking brutal.
Is it Redford or something is in that movie?
It's got what's his name? Sean Penn. I know Sean Penn's in it.
Oh, I'm thinking.
I remember who else.
I was thinking Robert Redford.
It's like World War II, I think, but it's like the China-Sino War or whatever it's called.
This looks as Adrian Brody, John Cusack, George Clooney.
And it's a fucking. I've said it before. There's like a horrific scene where there's like a guy. It's probably like one of the most powerful scenes in the film, where the guy, as he like kills people, he's like ripping out their teeth because they have like gold in them, and he's just like callously doing it. And like then later on, he's like holding his like bag of teeth, and there's like a moment of realization, and his just hand starts like shaking, and he like drops the bag. And it's just like a powerful scene because it's like the whole movie is just like doing it like it's like fucking nothing.
Well, okay, here's the other side of the thing, because when I say I'm like anti-war as well, this is going to be the hippie lefty part of me, because like I don't believe that the state has a right to ask you to kill. I think that if you're defending your family, your property, and if you want to defend your country, I think that's okay. But I don't think that the government has like a right to ask you to kill for them. I think that, to me, like if I were drafted or whatever, like I would be 100% a conscientious objector. Even if they were like, hey, you could just be like a line cook or something and like help behind the scene, I would be like, no, I don't want to help the war. I don't want to help the process of killing other people. Unless, again, I think in the situations where it is like an existential threat, there may be a point where that feels justified. But that's an internal, like, I want to do this thing. I agree. Like with like Vietnam, I think is like so cocked to fucking draft for. I think that's fucking mental that they drafted for Vietnam. Right. But there is, at least we could imagine, like, or like Ukraine. I understand why Ukraine is drafting people. I mean, like, that is an existential war. Like, I think that is justified for the government to do that. But for some fucking side quest, like, I understand there's reasons for Vietnam. I understand all the stuff. Well, I loosely understand. I don't fully understand it.
But I get the justification. But yeah, unless it's like people are like, your country is going to be gone or something like that. Like it has to be like this is a defensive war. It's not some like fucking baked fucking warmongering. You know, we got to do side quests on the other side of the fucking planet. It's like it's like people are coming to your country. They're going to kill citizens on your land, and I get it. You know, it's kind of like and imagine not all of them. I'm sure some of them are into it, but like even just with like Iran as a recent example, like. And it sucks. Like the troops, you can't speak your own mind. You know, you have to be sort of. You're part of this unit. You take orders. You just do what you're told. But it's like you're not allowed to personally object. I mean, I guess you could. Probably a lot of them. Yeah, as I was saying, like a conscientious objector, you could just say, lay down your arms and say, I refuse to participate. This is immoral. And again, like you could do that. I think Muhammad Ali actually was like an outspoken person who was like. Not draft dodge, but they tried to call him a draft dodger, but he was like a famous conscientious objector. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The leader of Egypt?
No, Muhammad Ali, the boxer.
Oh, Cassius Clay.
yeah, there you go. Sorry, I don't know how we got onto this. Oh yeah, this is kind of a separate point of like, what right does the state have to like, do like wage these wars or to send other people to die for, I don't know, like in resources. Like I think back in the day, before I guess the modern era, before even the turn of the century, like or not turn of century, I guess like 19th century onwards, industrial revolution after that. I think a lot of wars before that, there probably was a lot more of an element of an existential threat because borders and like resources and people fighting over those types of things were just such a common thing where it was like, it was literally like they still had the calorie problem where it's like, if we don't have food for the winter, we will die. There is no like ifs, ands, or buts. It's like there are certain things that you just need to make sure that are secured. And if you don't start planning months in advance, people just starve to death and famine and all this shit was commonplace, right? So it's like, hey, if these guys over here have that shit and we need it or we're done for, there's probably a lot more incentive to be like, let's just go take their shit.
Yeah. Someone else talk. I can't tell if my headset is fucked up or if
testing.
Oh, it's my
headset is it's on my end.
I do feel like I have been doing a lot of talking, so I do want somebody else to
tell
me.
Isn't that what happened to Napoleon when he went across Russia? He used the scorched earth thing and he burnt the food, the farms on his way through Russia. Then it became winter, and on his way back, his men starved to death because of burning the fields and crops.
Yeah, I actually think that did play a part. Yeah, that does ring a bell. I don't know the exact history of it, but yeah, I think that they kind of fucked themselves because then when they had to retreat, they had like nothing on the way back.
Yeah, it was a bad move, but I'm saying that Napoleon was fucking a military genius, though.
That movie, I watched part of that movie, and apparently it was not
a movie.
Yeah, they made a Napoleon movie, and it was pretty recent. It was with was it? What the fuck is the guy who did the Joker? I think is who played him.
I want to see it.
So the guy that played the Joker, like in the Dark Knight series, or the
Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah. I'll post the trailer. The trailer looks dope, but from what I've heard, because it tries to follow like his entire life, so like they just had to like mash a bunch of shit together, and it like, and they of course they had to have their battle scenes, but like I don't know. Apparently historically, it's just like all over the fucking place, but the trailer looks dope as fuck.
Yeah, Napoleon actually did that so that his men couldn't retreat. It was a way of forcing
wait, that was
to,
on purpose so that his own men could not retreat? I thought it was like
I don't know about that, Alex.
That's cold as ice.
He was going to win the war, period.
Win or die trying.
That's what he thought. Well, no, it's a way to basically say you guys can't turn back and either keep winning and we.
Yeah, but why did he then turn back? That was his plan.
Turns out he wasn't quite aware of how cold it gets in Siberia.
Right.
Is one mistake.
I don't think that's accurate, though, Alex.
No,
I really don't.
They had like supply trains and stuff, deliver stuff, I believe as well. But I think those got cut off by something.
It was too far. Exactly. It was too far. Russia's a big place.
Okay, since Alex is here, this is the Testy and Alex were the two people I wanted to bait. Come talk about this.
Why do you
Because
want to
they
bait
both
us?
love. Well, just because you guys get passionate about the C19 thing, and so we will get into it.
Bum, 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 bum.
The lab leak theory. Welcome, Alex and Testy and everyone else. And look
I
who
hate
joined
you.
just in time. It is
Okay.
Anson. And Anson, did you see my bottle of wine I bought? I bought it specifically for you, Anson, and you freaking left before I could show it. Did you see it?
No, I haven't been watching. I've been hanging out with real people.
Okay, well, I bought this just for you, Anson, okay?
Oh, look at that.
Real people, as opposed to everyone else.
Welcome. We're in
Didn't
for
think
a
to say, but
good show. Okay, Big, so where on this do we start?
Okay, let's see. Well, let's first go through everyone's percentage of likelihood that the lab leak theory is the predominant, or I guess the more likely option.
Oh, good
more
call.
likely option, or
Clockwise,
how likely
dickwise.
we think it is.
Yeah. See
Yeah,
how
how
it
likely?
goes.
Yeah, how likely do you think that the C9? And also,
So long.
if you
Look at
can,
this.
everyone call it C19 instead of its name, just
Can
because
we call it the China virus?
Of course.
Kung flu. Call it the Kung flu.
Kung flu.
Oh yeah. How
Kung
offensive
fluence.
can we make this? Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll start. I'll say I think it's 75 to 80% likely that the Kung flu came from a lab in Wuhan.
All right, Keelan.
I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, what do you say? You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know how to
You can.
give a percentage to this.
Well, you're basically just like guessing based on what you've learned and what you know so far. Is there any like real likelihood in your eyes that this was
Yeah, like is it
a lab leak
50-50?
versus
Is
something
it a
else?
coin flip in your mind, or is it like if there's a poly market on this, there's like 5 ETH on the line, you could make the bank. What would you guess?
I think it is possible.
It's not really an odds, but that's fine.
There is
my
a
mic
possibility,
okay?
no matter how slight.
There's a non-zero chance. That's.
I mean, that's a nice percentage.
All right, Testicker Johnson.
I'm gonna say. Oh, wait, Big. So you said 75% chance that it was.
Yeah.
Like 75% chance that it wasn't.
75% chance that it originated from Wuhan lab.
Yeah. Okay. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying 75% chance.
25 for
It did
25.
not, yeah, or 25% chance. Then. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's more likely that it was like a naturally occurring zoonotic disease or whatever the fuck.
All right,
That
Fugo.
doesn't mean it wasn't
Pansy.
a lab leak.
That is true. That Keelan's right about that.
Well, he
get
means
to
a
it.
zoonotic virus that emerged naturally from the wet market.
Yeah, from fucking bats or whatever. Like, I mean, by fucking, I mean like
From
yeah,
fucking
having
bats?
from having
Well,
sex
the
with
bats had to
bats.
fuck somehow, right?
Well,
I guess-
hey,
We'll
shouldn't
save it
do
for the
that.
crop.
I don't give a really-
I ain't quitting fucking bats. I don't care what you say or anybody says.
Yeah, that's what Chinese people say about. Well, that's what they say about bats, but they eat dogs.
That's what I was meaning to say that when I said the Japanese have that dog in them. I was hoping someone would, get my racist joke, but that's fine.
Oh, we got it.
Okay, good.
I'd say it's a very high percentage that it did come from a lab. From any
You have to
reason,
put a number on it. You have to put a number.
I'd say 80% because
No,
People-
because just yes or no, please.
Yeah, we'll get into all the reasons, but
oh, okay,
all right.
there you
Alex.
I'm busy. Please go inside.
Shut up, baby Alex.
I'll be inside in a little bit. Please go now.
I'm going, Alex. I'm going.
You gotta tuck
As
me
long
in,
as I'll come
Alex.
inside.
I guess I do have to mute between conversations. All right.
No, you don't. We appreciate the crosstalk, the familial crosstalk. Maybe we should go to Anson if Alex is dealing with Maybe Alex.
Oh, it was my turn. I'm sorry. I was the last
Yeah.
person to join. I didn't expect that to be me. I'd say maybe like a 5%, maybe.
Hell yeah.
5%. See, this is
5%.
why I wanted both of you fucking leftoids on the panel.
Yeah,
I
Alex,
mean, you
Alex
know.
known leftoid, true.
Alex is a leptoid. Is that? Hold on. What?
He
Alex
is
leftoid
now.
confirmed. He is now. For the purpose of this conversation, absolutely.
All right.
All right, Anson.
Yeah, just to make up for all the idiots on the panel, there's a 1,000% chance that it was lab leak.
What?
Okay.
Damn.
And I will say, yeah, I mean, yeah, Big Soda. I was trying to guess moderately, but Big Soda, guessed a lot lower than I thought he would have guessed. I'm kind of leaning toward like 96%. I'll say that it was a lab leak.
Oh, 96.
Yeah.
What, you gotta get. All right, I'm dropping my chance to 4%. Okay.
How dare you?
I gotta counter the idiots. It's okay.
I gave it 80% because I couldn't read the studies, so I'm kind of giving some credibility that all the science mumbo jumbo might be right.
All right. Okay. Well, we've seen the line, the dividing line, the thin red line, if you will.
Okay.
Divides the people and Red Eye Gooner, for what it's worth. Yeah, is
So-
giving it a 99.8.
This will kind of give us like talking points, so like we won't read it like notes.
Okay, wait, before we go, because just last time when I moved stuff around, then I was uncovering nudity by accident. So is there any genitals or boobs that I might accidentally reveal just to get that?
Do not move any of
did
the
happen
black
last
boxes. The black
they're all-
boxes are covering heavy nudity.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. See, that's why I asked. Okay.
Is there any bat nudity?
No
Is there
bat
anything
nudity.
that-
Can we
Only,
watch Batman while we talk about this?
Fuck's
only
sake.
doctor nudity.
I
Can we
read
watch Batman while we
COVID
talk about this?
scientists or COVID scientists are
Please.
weird.
I promise it will be the best thing you ever do. Just watch Batman while we do this.
The original Batman with Adam West is actually fire.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not Goyslop. Actually, you're allowed to watch that. You're allowed to watch that.
Are you
Fucking hilarious.
And the thing is, right, that humans have been eating.
Maybe Alex had a question for the panel. Are we getting what, baby Alex?
What's your question, buddy? No,
Can you
we're
mic
not
him
going to
up for
watch
us?
Batman right now. We're a little busy.
Yeah. Let's watch
Maybe
Batman.
Alex is
Let's watch
listening.
Batman.
Oh no, wait. I guess Alex said that. I thought he was listening to us, but no. He's just listening to Alex. That's
I
not as
wouldn't
exciting.
let him hear you guys. Fuck off with that shit.
This is, I always encourage parents to put on, as your kid's falling asleep, put on the Confluence YouTube panel. Okay. That's the best. Get them indoctrinated in a good way. Okay. Woke culture wants to fuck with your kids anyway. Might as well fuck with them in a good way, if you think about it.
Dopamine is very
I've
beneficial to
thought about
children's
it.
development.
No.
Exactly. It is.
Dopamine.
All right. So
I
where do we
suppose.
start? Wait, why can't I move anything
It's
around?
just too
Wait.
small. Damn.
Why doesn't it? Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're fixed. Okay, where are we starting?
Let's start. So it's set up similar to a timeline from left to right, but it's a little out of place because I was trying to pull as many details, random details as possible. So let's start from that top left paragraph.
Oh.
Because I don't quite remember this. I mean, I believe in elementary school, I think second or third grade, but like apparently it was a huge 2002 SARS outbreak.
I remember this. People were very racist toward Asian people, which I guess is
Wait,
not surprising.
I just need a point of clarification, real quick, from everybody. Do we all at least agree that like it's a real thing? Because I need like a baseline.
Which is a real thing.
I think everyone agrees that it's a real thing. They
That's-
just don't agree how bad it was.
No,
Alright?
well, actually, I don't. That's why I'm so confident it's a lab thing, because I think C19 is a.
I don't think we can have a conversation unless, because then you're just like, I feel like you're hiding the ball a little bit. You can't just be like,
I
well,
think
it
it's
came from
mainly.
a thing, but it's
I
also
think it's
made up.
mainly. Well, I think it's mainly 5G. I think that's pretty well established.
Yeah.
All right, never. I set myself up for
5G?
that. Forget it. 5G is like the thing from Bill Gates that makes
I
you
think
stare.
I think it was caused by poo-flinging Indians.
A mix of that and 5G. I think we can come to some agreement. The Indians are involved somehow, and then also 5G.
Well, if the Indians are involved, you know the Jews are involved.
Yeah,
True.
they're basically the same thing.
They are one and the same person.
I mean, you can't deny reality. Okay.
True. True.
Okay.
We
Compliments. If you want to read the points, you have a better reading voice than I do, and I can't read it.
I'll read it. You want me to read it?
Oh, Anson, yeah, I'd
Sure,
love
Anson.
if you read it.
Yeah, the 2002-2003 SARS outbreak is one reason scientists increased surveillance of bat coronavirus afterward. Researchers in China and many other countries began studying bat viruses more intensively to understand which ones might pose a future risk to humans. That increased focus on bat coronaviruses is part of the context for later collaborations involving organizations like EcoHealth Alliance and the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
So the guests that are older than me, like, how bad was the SARS outbreak of 2002?
It was almost non-existent and irrelevant.
Okay.
Wait. The SARS. Okay, I thought you were talking about
To the
bird
people
flu.
that
Yeah,
got
no,
it,
I
I
think
think it was
Well,
the greatest
yeah.
experience.
Bird flu-
But, like, are we
Fucking blurry
talking,
as
like,
shit right now?
CVID or like Spanish flu level, or are we talking like?
Hang
We're
on, let
talking
me-
like the
No.
media overblew it because they needed people to watch their newscasts.
But
Yeah, there was, like, some-
they literally overblow everything. Yeah.
I think the amount of cases, I don't want to say this because I'm going to sound retarded if I'm
Like-
wrong. I thought I remember it being like 6,000 cases.
Yeah,
but I don't know if
for the sake of
that sounds
clarity,
really low.
I just Googled it. Oh, you're close. So it says it infected 8,000 people from 30 countries, and it resulted in at least 774 deaths. Which, I understand statistics. It's like, that's not nothing, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of nothing.
Yeah,
it
more
was,
people,
it wasn't overblown. Yeah, because that's a small amount. Now, the thing is, it had a high, and this is probably
Wait, hold
why,
on.
with my limited understanding of viruses, this is probably why it didn't spread very much. It had a very high mortality rate. I think it was like 10% or something.
That is
People
extremely
that got it would fucking die from it. So
Yeah,
like,
and-
but that's the weird trade-off is like if a disease is like too deadly, then it doesn't spread well. That's why Corona or C19, that's why it spreads so well, because the lethality is relatively low and the transmission is high, and so that's like the perfect breeding ground for everyone on planet Earth to fucking
Yeah.
get it.
but for context purposes, just so that everyone understands, like SARS, sudden acute respiratory syndrome, isn't something that's specifically unique to COVID, right? It's a general thing that, like, I've known other people in my real life who have died from SARS that was like years and years before. And
Yeah,
it
but
wasn't,
we're talking when we say SARS, that's a point of clarification. We mean SARS-CoV-1. So we're using
Yeah,
SARS
yeah.
as a stand-in for SARS-CoV-1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because SARS is just what you said. Yeah, the sudden acute respiratory.
Yeah,
syndrome.
they've known about SARS viruses since like the 80s or something.
Hey.
Or
yeah,
before.
people just
Yeah.
die sometimes. They just like to give it fancy names because it gets headlines.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
are we in
Well,
the-
hold
on.
To be fair,
SARS,
it was
we're
leading up to an
They
election, so
might
it was
say
an
that.
election illness.
It was it's because it was an election year. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah.
So, and if there's any grammar errors, blame ChatGPT. So you can take your frustrations out on Futoi, because this is where a lot of this came from.
I guess I cannot decouple these things. And I'm not trying to derail, but when I ask kind of, is it real? I'm kind of like, because if I guess my ultimate thing is like, I don't think it materially kind of matters to what ended up happening. But if we're saying that it was created in a lab, I would have to ask for sort of the motivations behind it. You could say it's what do they call it, gain of function stuff, and it's like it was an accident clearly and something that just happened. But it feels like even within that small scope of things, it feels like it would be a tough thing to cover up. Would it not be?
Wait,
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the police state of China and how they control information, or are you totally ignorant of how that country
No,
works?
I know. I get what you're saying. Yeah,
Do you know, Tessie, do you know,
as well.
do you know SARS leaked, like SARS-CoV-1 leaked from a lab on multiple instances?
I don't know about that. I would need a.
That's true.
I got a
That's-
source pro on that one.
Yeah, no, this is, you can look it up, or I can look it up. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is you could find this on the wiki page for SARS-1. This is uncontested. No one denies this. I'm just like you don't have to believe me.
No,
I can't find the source,
will look into
but
it.
this isn't a controversial thing at all. What I'm saying.
All right, carry on.
It
I will.
leaked multiple times from a lab,
And I
like
think
this is not. So that the lab leak
hold on.
thing.
What happened when it leaked?
It infected a couple people, and then it was after like the outbreak, and it leaked. It wasn't classified correctly. They were using like the bad levels of containment for it, I think. And then they caught like some lab attendants got it, and then they shut it down pretty quickly because like no one has SARS anymore, like SARS-CoV-1, and so they shut it down quickly. But leaks are like not uncommon. They happened with the first
they are
SARS.
pretty common, yeah. Well,
Yeah, they happen,
not
you know.
pretty common. But
Well, I mean, can we-
common enough to
They
be a
happen,
problem.
and if they happen in this was in China. SARS right leaked in China in a Chinese lab, so that part isn't suspicious. And also, why again? So maybe this is another point of clarification. This is separate from saying that China intentionally leaked it. I don't believe that happened. My
Right.
confidence for that would
I
be
have
very
to
low.
ask,
I don't think it was an
I was wondering
intentional
what-
leak.
How
I
do
think
we
it
know
was,
that,
but
like,
we know
SARS
they were
leaked?
doing gain of function research. We know that they were trying
do
to
we know
boost this.
that-
They know what they were. Well, because
How
Fauci
do we
even
know that
admitted
SARS
that.
leaked?
Oh, that SARS leaked? That's. I don't think China even denies this. Okay, if you guys want, I'll look up a source.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna say
no, I'm
as much
asking, if they
derailment
didn't
as
deny that,
possible
why they deny
because
this one?
I don't have that much information.
Okay,
So
and-
every
and
little
I-
side tangent.
Yeah,
Okay,
They're
so
not,
this-
they're
last
not
longer.
denying that shit. I don't know why they deny.
Well, I'll just get this
why
out of the
they
way really
deny
quick. I
this.
did look it up, and yeah, apparently for SARS-1, there are several instances of leaks that happened. So
Yeah. So
So
if it
this, for
leaks
some reason,
once,
when I
it can
click
leak
on
again.
it, it's like
well,
blocking
this
me.
is
But this is
also-
the NIH. Yeah, it leaked twice from a Beijing lab.
Right. Yeah. So I'll just say really quickly as a caveat, though, this was like them, as you said, it was sort of after the outbreak, and this is them working or studying that virus at the time. I think one of my main pushbacks against the lab leak thing here is because the second one they called it like a novel version of the virus, which it could take like there are different novel quote unquote versions, but like I think that
Hold
like
on.
in order
What do you
for
think?
that to be like man-made, there was some like genetic analysis thing that was done. So for it to be manipulated to like become that version or something, like they're not that good at like creating how infectious it's going to be or
No,
the symptoms or anything like that.
But
So
they-
as
they
long
mostly
as
But they
just
are.
clarify.
That was the gain of function research they did on coronaviruses was specifically about to make it more infectious. Like that is something
Wait,
that
well,
looks like
hold on.
you're
Just
talking
be
about?
clear. Just be clear. Because the problem, the reason why gain of function research is like such a big problem, is because it's really hard to control what functions it
Yes,
gains.
the variables. Yeah.
Right.
Right,
So
but
just
I'm
because,
saying, yeah.
because they do gain of function research does not mean that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It just means they're fucking around to see what happens.
It's exactly. It's
I
not
know,
like a
but
dial. It's not a dial where it's like, oh, this will be. 15%
I know. I'm
more.
not. Yeah, I
Okay,
don't think
so
it's like
can
that
we-
fucking game Contagion where you get to like decide how how like contagious or deadly it is. I'm not saying
Game,
that,
by the way.
but obviously they're
Pandemic,
doing gain of
that was a
function.
great game to play during.
That is a good game. Yeah,
So
Pandemic is a good game.
I'd like to clarify too. When I say gain of
Yeah, this is what-
function, when I say
This is what
gain
I
of
said last
function,
chief.
when I say gain of function or when I say lab leak, I'm not saying, hey, the Chinese government did this on purpose through their lab
Okay.
by creating the super virus. I'm saying that people are curious and make mistakes.
Right. There's some level of
Sure.
incompetence or some mistake. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I
if
mainly
they
wanted
were
to clarify.
fucking
Okay.
around with it.
Right.
If
Okay.
they
Fair
were
enough.
fucking around with
I just
it,
wanted to
then
get that
now
out of the way and see like how much of the Kool-Aid are we drinking here? Okay.
And I guess in this specific instance, like when we start talking about gain of function, especially when it relates to either bat coronavirus or SARS, it's testing individual coronaviruses and seeing if they have the ability to attach spike proteins to human cells to see if there's a potentiality that they could eventually infect humans. So if we get ahead of that, then we could
I thought
eventually
gain of
prevent
function
that.
I thought gain of function was specifically modifying the virus to see if you can make it do something new.
This specific, like what they were testing and what they were given funding for, was
Yeah,
to see
I just
if
mean like
yeah.
testing the virus on human DNA or blood is not the same as screwing with its RNA code to create a virus that's worse, right?
They were doing both. They were testing it
Yeah.
on human cells, and they were also screwing with its code.
Yeah.
So they were doing both.
They were creating, I think the term is called chimera viruses, to see if
that's
by adding.
no one should ever fucking do that.
Yeah, it's a
They should-
crazy name. To be fair, like anything called Chimera virus, just
Chimera,
seems
yeah,
kind
you make a chimera, and then you should just die to it. Okay,
of.
you're the first person we
Well,
sacrifice.
a lot of
when
them
it starts-
did,
when
you know.
it's
So
out.
I guess you got your wish out.
That's
So a lot
actually
of them
true.
did.
Yeah, that's, you're not, I guess you're not wrong. I mean,
And so,
yeah,
in these
that's-
specific cases, like when a lot of people hear this gain of function, they instantly think of, oh, they're purposely manipulating it to become more infectious, but they're just trying to test to see if they can take that SARS backbone, like the backbone of the virus, and add the ability to attach itself to spike protein, if that's survivable, and does it then attach to human protein?
Well,
Or
there is
human-
good reasons to do gain of
Well-
function. There's good reasons to even want
Not in
something to be
China.
more contagious in a lab. Yeah, that's the issue, right? It's like if it's contained and if you're like 100% certain that it can't ever get out. But there's good reasons both for like vaccine building and like trying to predict biological warfare. Like there's a lot of like steelmans on why a country would want to do gain of function research on something, right? But the problem is if you're not doing it carefully enough, which China has shown time and time again, hence the thing we pulled up about the SARS-1 lab leaks, that it's like, then yeah, there's a bit of issues. There's also something where there was corona-related or C-19-related symptoms that were reported in, I think it was in the Wuhan lab, but someone could fact check me on this.
It was,
And it
was
happened
some of
before the outbreak was
family-
announced.
Some of the scientists from the lab itself did have the
Right, yeah.
did have it, but their families somehow didn't.
And then
Released at the time.
China like locked their databases. They didn't comply with the WHO. This is before the outbreak was like officially announced, at least. And
Yeah.
China did what China always does and covered everything up and refused to
Well,
like
hold
do
on.
everything and
They
deleted
didn't cover
information.
Up SARS. Don't say what they always do. This is clearly not what they always did. Right?
This is
Something
what
was
they
different here.
tried to cover up. They tried to cover up
They
so much about
admitted it.
SARS. Okay.
I mean, what
Yeah,
what was that?
They try. Yeah, there's admitting something when the evidence is like an absolute preponderance is not like I don't give you any like moral credibility.
Well,
Well, I'm not talking about moral
Literal flu
credibility. I'm
symptoms?
just saying, like,
No, COVID symptoms. COVID is distinct from the flu, let's see, which I'm assuming you know. And the symptoms are distinct, which I'm assuming
Yeah.
you also know.
wouldn't it be?
C19 is a cold, not a flu.
Oh, Confluence used the
Yeah,
word.
it's not even a fucking type of I did use the word. It's not even a type of influenza at all.
So
But yeah,
what-
it doesn't have the same syndrome. It has like there's different symptoms with C19.
wouldn't it be a net positive for like the human race if they did do gain of function on the C19 and they created a super virus and released it intentionally to remove the elderly population that's a burden on society? I mean, generally
No.
speaking, that would be good for humanity, right?
I
No.
mean, there's an argument to be made. Sure. Well, they no longer
Given
have
that
the
most of the
ability-
people in power are
value.
elderly, no, I don't think they'd be. able to
Well,
do
isn't that well? Then yeah, but they're okay. One, I can't book off any fucking vacation time because of seniority. Because these old fucking hags have been there for 20 years,
Yeah.
and like I want to book vacation.
Hey, the little guys.
Didn't
if
say
you're
there's no
saying-
overlap.
if you're
Let's
saying one
listen
of
to the
those
words I'm
guys
fucking
were like,
saying.
I
Holy
couldn't get-
shit.
If you're saying that one
It's
of
only
those guys,
wild.
one
I'm
of
sorry, I'm
those-
getting one guide. It's only wild if you don't listen to the words I'm saying. Then it sounds wild. Because if you heard me say there's no overlap, then yeah, that would be a wild thing to say. Good thing I
That
didn't
would be
fucking say that, Let's Chief. That's a really good thing I didn't fucking say that. It is.
What,
and
you
I
thought
said,
you said
yeah,
there's no overlap?
Corona is distinct from the flu. That is true. And influenza and coronavirus are not the same thing. I'm saying they have a different syndrome. They have symptoms that overlap. Of course, almost every fucking illness like that has some symptoms that overlap. Obviously, I'm not saying that. If you're reading into that
right?
that's
Yeah, like
crazy.
it's a different virus or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like
So-
fucking Ebola has overlapping symptoms with influenza.
So
They must be the
Yeah,
same.
it has some symptoms in common with the flu. It has some symptoms that are not in common. That's my whole point, Let's Chief.
Dude, just about every virus has some symptoms in common
I
with
know.
the
Let's
flu.
Chief is trying to like jump down my throat in like in the gayest way possible. Okay, to be clear, not in the
don't-
normal
don't-
way, in a very
Now-
gay way.
So I want to say something because, like I said, that it's 1,000% lab leak for a reason. It wasn't just like because I'm a conspiracy theorist, because I'm really not. So in January of 2020, before all the lockdowns happened, when this whole unpleasantness of 2020 was just getting started in the periphery in China. I was very active with political stuff, and actually had a conversation with my congressman, who I had a really good relationship with, and he was on a lot of the committees that had access to all of the information. And based on his description, he described to me what's now known as the lab leak theory. But the way he described it, it was very methodical. He said, this is exactly what happened. It's this specific lab in China. You know, before it became the lab leak theory, it was just a fact based on what this man had in terms of information from his, congressional committee. So like what's called a theory now, wasn't like super prevalent at the time, was told to me by someone with access to the highest levels of information. So I'm 1,000% on the lab leak.
Well, I would caution against that, just because he said that, and that was originally a consideration, but I don't think the supporting evidence ever came out of that.
What, the virus originated from the lab that studies coronavirus in the area that
showed up like 7 miles away or whatever it was.
That's totally coincidence, unrelated. It could have been anywhere on the globe. Yeah, you're right. Totally coincidence. Yeah.
Totally coincidence.
Yeah. Okay.
Or it could be that it was studied there because the coronavirus was present there, because the bats.
Actually, I want to bring something up. I was reading this today because I was trying to, after my Celeste stream, I was trying to panic, prepare myself for this. I was reading, and so I didn't have a chance to fact check this deeply, but that SARS-CoV-1, even to go back to that briefly, that it went from bats to civets to humans. So it's like a bat virus, but it went through the intermediary of the civet, the mighty civet, to go into humans. But the bats, there's even a theory, that it's a possible theory, that it was a similar situation to SARS-CoV-2, because apparently the bats were 1,000 or more miles, again, someone could fact check me on this, away from where the virus actually leaked. Like, it's 1,000 miles away from the point that it leaked at. So this isn't a situation where this is like super close and this is like a known bat species that is just like in the area. Like this is a long way away. So there's a lot of sketchy things with all these cases.
They tend to. I mean, you would imagine that if you're setting up a lab somewhere, you're going to set it up near the samples you want to study and away from immediate human populations, or at least that would be what I would ask anyone to fucking do. But the lab is there because it is an epicenter of migratory animals that they would find with this particular.
Right, but I'm saying, in this case, in SARS-CoV-1, that's not the case. I'm saying the bats were from the first outbreak, the patient zero of SARS-CoV-1. The bat species that originated this is located 1,000 miles away in China. That's the closest bat that is of the type that can carry the SARS-CoV-1 thing.
Sure.
So there's a lot of even weird stuff with even that virus. And I know we're not talking about that virus, but there's just, when I was just looking up stuff, that was just one thing that stood out to me. That's that's a weird thing.
I'm wondering,
it's a long way away.
What do you mean by is 1,000 miles away? Was that's one that started in a lab or started with a bat?
I'm saying so SARS-CoV-1. So I'm saying, and so we're not talking about SARS-CoV-1.
No,
I'm not saying that is a lab leak, but I'm saying just with that virus, it originated from this species of bat that is 1,000 miles away from patient zero, which is odd because usually you would think usually when you see an outbreak like this, right, it's like you're in close proximity to the animal, and then the rare 1 in a million zoonotic event happens where the virus can cross over into humans. But in this case, it was a great geographical distance away where this happened. Now, I'm sure there's explanations on how, like I said, it went through the intermediary of a fucking civet. So who the fuck knows? Maybe someone imports a bat. I don't know. But it is a weird thing.
That is a weird thing, yeah.
And talking about zoonotic coincidences and the unpleasantness of 2020, I just like to have a moment of silence for all the ferrets who died in 2020 because of this. They were more susceptible to the virus than most other species, and so it really tore me up to know that so many ferrets didn't survive.
Is that true? Is that actually true?
Yeah,
you lied to me.
Yeah, they did call at least for the wet markets and stuff, yeah, they fucking called like a shit ton of animals. Like that is true.
They
Like
killed
all
everything. Yeah, they killed
Yeah.
everything.
But
I like how Keelan
I guess-
is chirping from the back chat when he's on panel. Bro is
I
on
kind of-
panel. You can
Wait.
just like say something, Keelan. You
I'm
can
gonna
like
be-
just like pop out your chest. a
Keelan,
little and
imagine
talk.
having like
That's an
imagine
option.
having some nuts and talking.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
I
imagine that.
was a little. I did tune out a little
Okay,
bit.
yeah,
So
you
I
keep talking in
following
chat, Keelan.
everything, but like, I guess it's like I'm thinking of this more holistically. All right, rather than just this particular thing. Can we at least agree that? So there is a theory that essentially all viruses are like zoonotic. Like the things that affect humans, the viruses that affect humans, they essentially all come from animals, as far as we can tell.
Humans are animals.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
yeah,
no,
what I'm
I
saying
think,
is that,
I think what he's saying is there's
What-
just no virus that like originated in humans.
right there. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, there is no like novel virus. There are viruses that obviously like affect, like I don't know, mad cow
Well, that's
disease.
a
for whatever
that's a good thing. Like, are there viruses that only affect humans? Can you look that up, Confluence? Because I really like to fact check Testy right now.
Yeah, in terms of no, I'm sure there are when in terms of like being symptomatic, but I mean like a novel virus that doesn't exist in animals, like even with SARS, right? Like there are tons of animals that have SARS. They're just vast majority of them are just like asymptomatic, like it doesn't affect them, right? Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Apparently, measles only affects humans.
Is that a unique like virus that does not exist
Yes.
as a version in animals at all?
Yes.
Like even if the animals are
Apparently.
asymptomatic.
Measles.
Where
do not
did
exist in
measles come from?
That's interesting. Okay, that I've not.
Oh wait, no, I don't know. No, when I Google it, then it says evolved from rinderpest, a viral disease of cattle.
Oh,
and then
okay.
it diverged into measles, what we call measles
Okay, so it
in the
became a unique
1100s.
strain, like okay, so maybe all right. Maybe I don't want to make the strongest possible claim. I could say maybe, as far as I'm aware, like 99%. I thought it was 100%, but like can we agree that the majority of viruses that humans end up getting, like we generally will detect them in animals first, or we always detect
The
them in
majority.
animals?
The only one I can find is actually smallpox. It seems like smallpox only affects animals, and there's no evidence. Only affects humans.
Okay.
And there's only evidence. There's no evidence that it has ever been an animal. There's just like a theory that it evolved like thousands of years ago from some animal at some point.
All right, cool. I just wanted to kind of throw that in there because that again.
Oh,
more of a
Alex
holistic-
dropped. Sorry, Alex.
What about all the animals that get sick because humans are sick? Like you're not taking them into account.
So I'm not aware of something. I'm sure it has happened. I don't know if the research on this. That would probably be harder to track. Of like a virus that a human has that has been that like crosses over to an animal. I don't know if that's
dogs and humans can share certain viruses.
Right, but you kind of
remember when they I fucking hate the media. I hate the media. I hate all these fucks. Remember when they like swabbed a dog's nose and then they found like COVID on the nose and they're like, shit, we found that dogs can actually carry coronavirus, but it's just like on the nose. Like it wasn't actually like infected with coronavirus. These fucking hack journalist fucks.
It in.
Oh my gosh.
Sniffed something. Holy shit. Can you imagine?
I know, and it's like, and that was a thing, and everyone's like, you gotta be careful around dogs. You gotta be like, and everyone fucking just goes off on this nonsense. And it's like, can we put one dog? You swab his fucking nose and has COVID on, and you're like, holy shit. This is the same reason people are wiping down their fucking grocery bags, right? This is the same, all this stupid nonsense that everyone's fucking doing. God, people.
And then all the libtards put masks on their dogs.
Unironically, there's a
While they stayed in the car.
people that did that.
That made me a little so hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Thanks, Ukulele.
Oh.
And I understand the panic. I get it, but it's just like there's
No, I don't.
Like,
fuck that.
I get being afraid. But there's like the ridiculousness of like the wearing a mask in a drive-through when they already, at least in Canada, they have like, I don't know if you guys do this in America. They have like
hold on.
the ATMs on like sticks on long poles, and this was like a C19
they don't
thing.
Do that shit. They don't do that shit.
Okay. Oh, Tessie, do they do that? Did they do that where you are? Is that just a me thing?
Yeah, some of
every
the
drive-through they have an ATM
well,
on like a broomstick.
Like a lot of the shit was ridiculous. I mean, like they're like
no, they still do that though. Where like that's never gone away now.
They did
That's
that for,
fucking
like
retarded.
Wait. Oh, wait. You talking about like a drive-through ATM?
No, like
No,
a
no, like,
drive-through,
like at
when you're getting food through
McDonald's,
a drive-through.
they during
Oh,
C19, they instead of handing it to you, they start putting it on a giant stick, and now
Oh,
they still do that to this day. They'll
well,
like
no,
pull out
that-
the broomstick.
So they did do that where I was at, but like they don't like no that they did away with it. At least some places I think do it out of convenience because it's just easier than like fucking reaching over into your car.
It is kind of handy, yeah.
but
Like it's not a
It
bad
really
idea.
is. I prefer it over everything else.
But having said that, I've gone to like a bunch of different places now, like Starbucks or wherever, and it's like they just do the standard like have the machine in their hand type of thing.
But the
again.
fact that you had to be,
But they
even
did
though
do
they
that
had
for a
the
while.
broomstick fucking, you know,
So janky. It's
pin
literally
pads,
like
and
fucking
you had to
sellotape.
wear a mask at a, and it's like, bro,
Yeah.
I'm in a
But what-
car,
what if
you're
you
like
breathe
12
on
feet
that?
away from me,
Okay, what
and
if
you're
you
using a
breathe on
broomstick,
it?
and you have
What
a
if you breathe
mask
on it?
on, and I have to have a mask on to use the fucking drive-through.
Dude,
Like,
for
what are
me,
we doing
flying,
here?
like the airplane shit made no sense to me because it's like all the social fucking distancing, and then it's like at the end of it, you're all just fucking sealed in a pressurized tube.
Well,
on an
no, airplanes
Fuck
are
you.
actually designed not to conduct viruses.
Well,
Their
because yeah,
airflow
no, the air
designs
is
are very specific.
no, I get what you're saying in principle, yes, because the air is extremely dry and it's not conducive to. But like,
Well, no. Like the airflow design, like the vents, the way they work, and the way the seating is
Yeah,
set
it's like
up,
it's
where
like
it
it's
pulls
like
air in.
HEPA filtered or whatever, but I don't know.
bro, if you're sitting fucking
That's
next
not
to
if you're
people,
yeah,
like,
if you're a
the
foot
person
next to
next to you
somebody,
does not
I don't
matter,
care
yeah.
what HEPA
Yeah,
filtered
there's-
aircraft has.
yeah,
You're not,
fair enough. I was being a bit like, I guess. Well, but because that imagery to me was the most fucking stupid thing, where it's like people are like these massive lines at the airports, and everyone's like the six feet apart, not 6 feet, but like whatever the fuck it was,
Yeah,
right?
it was 6 feet.
It was 6 feet. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're all standing in line. They're all doing this, and then they all just board the plane. They just fucking are together anyway. So it's like, why? I
mean, that's
it's
I
just
guess
a
that's like the
psychological
security
comfort.
theater, right? I mean, we have a word for
Yeah.
that, right? Where it's like,
is
yeah,
a
the appearance of being
psychological-
safe, but
To be
it's not.
honest though, the few times I've had to do that shit, when the person next to me started like actually coughing, I felt good about them wearing a mask.
Bro, anybody coughing, everyone gave them the side eye. They're like, they have it. They fucking over. It's fine.
I have
Yeah.
asthma, so that
Yeah,
makes
The
yeah.
thing I hate
I have
is like
allergies, too.
this.
Fucking
This
sucks.
breaks people's brains in both directions because that's like the kind of the one side, the fear mongering side. But I was at a fucking 7-Eleven and some guy, just because like I was like following. I didn't say anything to him. I was literally just, they had like markings on the line, and so like he was like on the marking, and so like I just like stepped, and when I stood in line, I stood 6 feet behind them on the markings, just because it's like, okay, I'm in the establishment, that's what they want, and like, okay, fine, yeah, there's a pandemic going on, and I stand back, and he's like, I'm gonna cough in your fucking face in a 7-Eleven. I didn't say anything. I didn't say dick to this guy. I just like, he's like threatening to cough in my face, and I'm like, excuse me, like what the fuck?
6 feet away.
I know. Like, bro, you want me to cuddle you, or like, what's good? Like, it's not like I told him to get away. I just was behind him, and I just stood in the designated thing of like, okay, they have it marked off. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna stand here. And he took that as some like, I guess that I'm a fucking libtard, and he threatens to cough on me. I'm like, what the fuck, man? So like, COVID broke not everyone's brain, but
No, it did.
a lot of people's
everyone's
brains in a lot of
broke
ways.
Everyone's. There's no question about that. The whole world lost their fucking mind.
Can I read the next section and you put it up? Because I think we're done with this section. I like
keep us
reading.
on track. Which
Base.
way do we go? Which way? Choose
straight to
well,
the right.
Western man. Okay.
To the right.
All right. Around 2004 to 2005, EcoHealth Alliance, then called Wildlife Trust Alliance, began collaborating with Wuhan virologist Shi Zhengli on research into bat viruses after the 2002-2003 SARS outbreak. Multiple later sources describe the partnership as lasting more than 15 years by 2020 to 2021.
So this is where we start to get kind of I don't know what you would consider this. I think this would be a nonprofit, but I think it's a nonprofit authorized by Congress.
I mean, typically most congressional shit is nonprofit, right?
So
yeah, but it wouldn't be federal, right? Like it wouldn't be a federal
it
agency.
wasn't federal?
Testy says he'll be back.
No, like
What the
it I
It's
don't
an
know how to
NGO,
describe.
non-governmental organization. The
Yeah, it's
government
an
sets all these
NGO.
up
It's an
all over the
NGO,
place.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they set them up to screw with other countries all the time through the CIA.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's
All
good
right.
thing, though. We want the CIA screwing over people.
I think in some extent
Both
it
sides
is.
were retarded, Les Chief. Okay, I'm gonna both sides this. Both sides were retarded. Okay.
Yeah, true. Both sides are stupid as fuck. Yeah.
And it's not just, to be clear, it's not just the left wearing masks too often. Okay, it's not just that. It's the all the policies, the fact that you couldn't see your dying loved ones in a fucking hospital. It's all the fucking like real life implications. Like you can reduce it to, oh yeah, the left they just wore masks too often, and that triggered the right. But like you fucking know there was real world consequences.
Well, yeah, and all the people who lost their businesses because only the giant corporations were allowed to be open.
Right. There was like so many like fucked up like boots on the ground, like affecting real people's lives, things that happened. That just it's like, and then on the right there's also people just flat out denying that the virus is even real, denying that we've had people on this fucking panel say that it hasn't, which is probably why Testy asked us, even though I think he should know better based on knowing us. But yeah, it's like there's people that deny that it's killed anybody. You can't trust
any of you guys now. Come on.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far with it. I mean, I wouldn't even go as far to say that this specific
state issues, let's see.
Strictly from gain and function research. I think the thing that I can almost guarantee with my 80% is the fact that this did originate from a lab.
So you think like a researcher accidentally carried it out?
As in the sample was in the lab, it leaked, and then now you have a zoonotic virus out in public.
Like a researcher fucked up or something? Is that what you're
talking about?
Like it's on, just like what happened with SARS-1 at least twice, right? Where it's like it's on somebody, someone has it, they go out and they walk, I guess, a couple of blocks away, and now it shows up in the wet market, and now it's a massive oopsie.
Yeah.
Wait, can I do a bit of a side quest? Big Soda?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to do it clockwise, snake-wise on this, because this is something I kept thinking, and I actually don't have a good answer for this, so I want to hear everyone else's thoughts. So now, right now, we're able to do this panel because YouTube, a couple years back, right, has loosened their policy on C19, and now you can talk about this stuff. There was a time where if you talked about the lab leak, you would get your channel banned, right? That used to be against YouTube TOS. And so why, I guess I kept thinking, like, I understand if we're saying maybe it's an intentional thing or something, but what is the reason? Why did all these companies, why did all these politicians, why was there so much censorship against the idea that maybe it was a lab leak? Because I get if you're saying it was intentional, I get there's like political ramifications, but I can't even really think, and I don't know if it's the poverty of imagination, but why were they so adamant on being like, you can't say it's a lab leak? Like, what does that actually change? I get if people are saying it doesn't exist.
Like a best faith? Can we do like a best faith answer? Without
like I want to hear like what is actually the reason that they would do this, because again it doesn't change. I get if you're like lying about it or telling people to do ivermectin, I get how that could be like dangerous misinformation, but just the fact of the origin, what does that actually change? Why were they so nervous about people saying this? So you Big Soda, and snake wise, no crust.
Yeah, I think there was a PR reaction to the fact that I think that in the science community, there's a huge consensus that gain of function is a worthy thing to do. And they're worried that with people thinking that this came from a lab, that this would hinder or change the opinions of the scientific professions being able to use gain of function to then create vaccines and stuff for the virus to prevent the virus from becoming a human virus.
Okay, so a defensive gain of function, they don't want that removed. People attacking that. Okay, thank you. Keelan.
This was during the time when they were like really trying to crack down on misinformation and disinformation, and I also think people were funding propaganda against like this sort of topic so that they could make Trump look stupid so he wouldn't win the next election.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what can you expand that a little bit?
Yeah, every time Trump would come out and say anything about COVID or C19, they would vilify him, right? Like with the bleach shit, I think he said stuff about like it being a China virus and okay, no crosstalk. It being a China virus and stuff like that. So I think a good portion of it was politically charged with like trying to prevent Trump from winning the next election, along with other ways they were trying to discredit him.
And are you being dead ass, or are you like playing a character right now, Keelan? I have to ask.
I mean, I think that was a good part of it. Like a lot of the disinformation, misinformation stuff was to try to prevent Trump from being president again.
Like I agree with what you're saying. I just didn't know if you're
Seems like not a you type of take, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a W take. Anson.
Yeah, so gain of function research wasn't legal for federal funding purposes. It wasn't legal to fund it, and Anthony Fauci was actively subverting federal law by using nefarious means to fund gain of function research with federal money through this Wuhan lab. And he used his considerable clout within the medical community and political connections to quash it. And that's been proven through messages and emails that he's sent. And Rand Paul's actually done a significant amount of work in uncovering all of this and displaying it for the public to see in various hearings. But yeah, it was intentional, and Anthony Fauci is the reason why, and he was engaged in illegal activities, and he's never been held to account for it.
Well, he's pardoned now, pre-pardoned, if you think about it. Thank you, Alex.
I think maybe like the best faith answer would be something like they were worried about it sparking violence against like Chinese Americans or whatever. But I part of that is probably a lot to do with power itself.
All right. I thought these were all very good answers. I'm thank you all for saying this. I guess what I would say, based on what all of you have said, is so I guess I'm going to take Keelan's point a bit and then maybe twist it slightly. So I guess I've never thought about it being like an election thing, but I think it could be that like people like Trump are connecting it in the way that I said we're distinguishing it. So we're saying, okay, these two things are separate, that it was released intentionally and that it came from a lab. But Trump was mirroring those ideas together, as I think Let's pointed out in chat. And a lot of people were. And so maybe it was just kind of these ideas were so connected. They're like, hey, if we don't crack down on this, then people are going to take that idea that came from a lab. They're going to connect it to some intentional thing. It's going to go into some like conspiratorial, nonsense. And so they're like, we're just going to put a stop to it at this level. And it might be wrong-headed, but maybe there's some justification on why they're like, okay, if the president is saying all this stuff and all these other people are saying this stuff, then yeah, maybe that's a reason. Maybe it's all of the above, like because part of it is probably what Alex said as well. I actually think that is true. I mean, that happened with SARS-1, where there's a lot of like anti-Asian sentiment. I mean, Anson must remember that as well. Although Testy was saying he doesn't. I feel like Testy and me are like basic. Wait, Testy's older than me. How does he? Wait, Testy's older than me. He was like, you guys have to tell me. I don't remember. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't remember how old, but I was definitely old enough to. This was like after 9/11, right? So like I fucking remember SARS-1.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was after 9/11. Yeah.
I remember the anti-Asian sentiment coming out when Trump basically started closing off like flights from China and people coming in from places that were infected, and it was basically being used as a political tool, like by the likes of like losers like Nancy Pelosi, who were saying that Trump was doing that because he's racist. And that was the beginnings, like in January of 2020, of like the counter narrative to the lab leak. It was all that Trump is racist, and so it became a hot potato political talking point. And that's why I agree with what Keelan said, because it made such good sense.
Yeah, I think with weirdly with SARS-2, like with C-19, I don't, at least in my like day-to-day life, I don't remember there being like much like racism going on. With SARS-1, weirdly, like I have memories of people being like very like anti-Chinese, very anti-Asian. Like, so I don't know if that's just I mean, it's anecdotal. I don't know if that's like representative, but
you should ask
in
your
my
Asian
mind, at
family.
least.
What does your Asian family have to say about that? Get them on camera and ask them if they felt like they were...
Anson, do you not know? Anson, I've moved out. I'm in my own place now.
What?
They kicked him out.
Anson, that's crazy. Because I think you'd be proud of me, Anson. Okay, not in like a weird way, but because I have moved out.
No, definitely.
I'm no longer in my Taiwanese basement. Got my own fucking 1-bedroom apartment. Becoming exceptional white. Okay,
this is so fake.
He's ready to start his own Taiwanese family.
Anson's such a fucking liar. He already knew this. Did you hear the way he said what? That was so fake.
Oh, does Anson already know this?
He was fucking with you, dude.
Oh, well, I haven't been around much. I don't know how much Anson keeps tabs on this. But either way, I like to think that Anson, as my racist father, would be proud of me. Okay, Anson isn't proud until you club a 19-year-old over the head and impregnate her. Inshallah.
True.
Inshallah.
That's actually true. God. From like what I was saying, I don't know. The problem, the difficulty I have is that like everyone was doing it. It's pretty hard to get tech to like blackball something globally, right? Unless the government's involved in some way, I can't. Like being the only platform that allows it to be talked. Like that was a huge hit for Twitter, right? Or for whoever the fuck they are now. Like usually they don't really do well with all agreeing to the same policy, and I think that's probably what I'm guessing there were threats made.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a part of record too. The government going in and saying, "Hey, this is misinformation. Tech company, you have to take this down." Like the government was active in that. And that was part of the Twitter file release. Was the realization that there was an incestuous relationship between the alternative media and the government, just as incestuous as the regular media and the government.
Yeah, and the Twitter files get talked about a lot. One thing I think is weirdly less talked about, and I get it's like one guy, but I remember watching when Zuckerberg went on Rogan, and I know like maybe he's lying, maybe he's just one guy, but he is the fucking CEO, and he said that like the FBI came to him personally and like told him to like remove this stuff, and he was talking about this on, and this was the first time, to my knowledge, that Zuckerberg had said this was on Joe Rogan's fucking podcast of all places. And to me, I was like, holy shit, well, that's fucking crazy. This is like,
it was Trump in his second term, right?
No, I think it's Trump in his first term.
His first term, I think. Okay, now I thought it was Biden.
Or it could be Biden.
Oh wait, no, this would be Biden. Yeah, this would be. I think this would be Biden.
Joe Rogan is a corporate shill. He has no journalistic integrity. He's a piece of shit.
He's not a journalist. He's
not a journalist.
Yeah, he's an unfunny comedian.
Well, no, his content's pretty good if you listen to his stuff.
No, it's not.
This is during Biden. This is during Biden.
It's like when the dude tells a joke. It's fucking awful.
Joe Rogan's his stand-up's not that great. It's not that great.
It's been
I've tried.
Yeah, it sucked really bad lately. I think he's done okay in the past, but goddamn, he's just not good anymore.
The way he talks about his stand-up is worse than his stand-up.
Oh, I could agree with that. He thinks
he's an incredible. Like he'll be like, "Oh, you gotta like meditate in a float tank for 10 hours to come up with like 20 minutes that's gonna fucking murder the crowd." And it's like, brother, your stand-up is like,
it's always
not that deep.
If you have to spend that much time learning figuring how to murder a crowd, you're probably fucked.
You ever hear
that's not even the point. I think that's fine. You have to actually murder the crowd, though. You can take I don't care if comedians take ages and they make a fucking like Bo Burnham style special, which is just fire, but it has to be fire. You can't be like, I'm spending all this time and coming up with like mediocre, retarded jokes and stool humping and all the fucking nonsense that a Roganite might do.
Have you heard him talk about his stand-up routine to like Shane Gillis, and it sounds like he's holding Shane Gillis hostage as he's talking about it?
Yes, I have. Unfortunately, I have.
I don't know
fucking pain.
Shane Gillis is the guy that does Trump impersonation and talks about his dad watching Fox News.
Yeah, he talks about the number one sign to being a conservative is like when you start randomly getting cravings for history. And then it leads you to World War II, and then somehow that leads you back to conservatism.
Okay.
He does a really good Trump impersonation.
I think he did the Kevin Hart version about 2 months ago. No, you're probably not a Netflix person.
He looks like he has Down syndrome.
Yeah.
He knows he looks like he has Down syndrome. I mean, he does a mean Downey impersonation. Okay. Second only to his Trump.
Like
actually,
Robert
maybe
Downey
Trump is second too.
Which kind of Downey?
No, like a Down syndrome.
I know. I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's read the next one.
So
Which way do
now
we go?
we'll go vertical. So we'll go to the bottom or the next post.
Oh shit. Okay, we're going in a serpentine formation, if you will.
Nice.
All right. So
Oh.
October 17th, 2014, the U.S. government announced a pause on new federal funding for certain gain-of-function research involving influenza, SARS, and MERS virus. The pause applied to research that could increase a pathogen's ability to cause disease or spread. May 27th, 2014, the NIH had already awarded EcoHealth Alliance the grant or something
Yeah.
or other, understanding the risk of bat coronavirus emergence, which included work involving the Wuhan Institute of Virology through a sub-award.
So I think this is kind of interesting because I think this tied back to a little bit of what Anson said. It seems to be like the moment, or I guess there was a good, perfect opportunity for Eco Alliance to then kind of move their research from Texas and North Carolina to now to the Wuhan facility, and so that begins their partnership.
I mean, it's got to be cheaper, right?
Yeah, and plus it's kind of something that you may have a little bit less regulation. So if this is something you can study, there's probably less regulations or people looking over your back, and so I guess these outbreaks.
The point is that bat-related transmission was studied actively at the Wuhan lab, and there was federal funding involved in the process, even though they weren't supposed to be doing gain-of-function research. They actually were in a I can't say that word, a roundabout sort of way.
Surreptitious,
Circular?
yeah.
Circular.
No, surreptitious, like sneaky like serpentine, if you will.
Serpentine, yes, that's right.
The swine flu. That's true. Trump should have cracked down on, I can't remember the name of the virus. I think it's H1B. Yeah, Trump should have cracked down on the H1Bs more. So I agree with you, Keelan.
That's a dangerous virus.
That is the most dangerous of all.
That is the most dangerous of all viruses, true.
It's definitely originating from India, too.
They should take away the citizenship of anyone who lives outside of the U.S. who's not like on a military base for a very long time.
Wait, I
agree.
I'm not biased, but I feel like that's a kind of I feel like we're going too far.
No,
Yeah,
a little too far there.
That's not far enough.
I feel like we're going a little too far. I don't think we should do that.
If Puerto Rico don't get a right to vote, compliments, I feel like you shouldn't get a right to vote.
That's true.
I think if I based on my incredible swine flu pun that I just came up with off the dome, I think I should get at least a conciliatory voting pass. Is that fair?
No.
I think if you can name a Canadian politician, you should lose your right to vote.
True. I don't know.
Like you don't know. You can't name a Canadian. Fuck you, Anson. You definitely can.
I can't.
You don't know Justin Trudeau.
I can name all the bad ones.
Wasn't he French?
Fuck off. There's no way you don't know Justin
Hold on, wasn't
Trudeau.
he French? I thought he was French.
No, he was Cuban. That's Castro.
Yeah.
See, Anson, you do know him. It sounds like you do know him.
Yeah, no, he's a Cuban guy. We're not talking about Canadians.
Oh, I see. Okay. You know, you would all love fucking Pauliver, okay? I wish Testy was back here. Testy probably hates that guy, but he's like Canadian Trump light. Okay, he's incredible.
So
I fucking voted for the first time in a Canadian election to support him. I paid money to the Conservative Party of Canada, and he lost. He lost.
You're bragging about paying money to
back?
foreign countries.
I mean, it's a country I fucking live in, so yeah, it kind of affects my day-to-day life on who's
Do
fucking
you
running the
also-
place I live.
No joke.
Do you also
That's
vote
a
in
little
American elections while you're paying for foreign elections?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
What, you gonna fucking put me in the Hague or something, Anson? I'm
he's
allowed.
trying-
That's
he's
legal.
trying- You gotta understand, okay? He's trying to get Canada to work better with us. He's working.
First of all, I just want to say I paid in. I think this is cocked. Maybe this is how this works in America too. But to vote in the primaries, you need a membership to the party. I don't know if that's like everywhere. I actually don't
You
know.
just have to register as that party.
It depends on your
In
state.
Canada, okay, and so for me to even vote in the primaries, I had to get a membership. So that's what I had to pay for. But then it was stupid because he won the primaries by he was like 80% the victor, which I didn't know that. I fucking checked, 538 or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know what the Canadian equivalent would be, but Yeah, he would have won anyway, so he didn't need my money. And now he just constantly, I get emails all the time being like, send me more money. And I'm like, fuck off, you fucking loser, because he fucking lost in his own riding in fucking Alberta. Fucking hell. That's more of a referendum on the Canadian populi, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, wait,
Canada
pop
just
quiz,
sucks.
briefly. Pop quiz. Everyone gets 10 conflu bucks, okay? It's not real money, but it's conflu bucks. What animal did the MERS virus come from? I learned this.
The
Does
meerkat.
anyone know? No, not the meerkat. I'll give you guys a hint unless someone knows it. No one knows it.
Raccoon.
Not off my head.
It's kind of Arabia coded. That's the hint.
Camel.
You're right. It came from the
Okay.
camel. That's true. I
The
didn't even know
meerkat?
that. I
Oh,
trusted
hold on.
camels. I liked
Hold on.
camels.
I just looked it up. It evolved from bat coronavirus.
I still get a
Did
conflu
it
bucks,
enter
right?
camels? Am I
Yes.
retarded? I feel like I just
Yes.
So
The bad
bats to-
the bad coronavirus like got into a camel, and camel turned changed into MERS.
It's always the bats, isn't it? It's always the bats. So the bats.
Everything's
It was
bat
SARS
coded.
one. It
You
was
should
bats to
annihilate all the
civets,
bats.
and then with MERS, it was bats to fucking.
Everything, dude, everything.
and
If it's
even-
a virus, it's bats. No joke.
Oh wait, no, wait, I can't remember. Wait, someone help me out. So the movie Contagion, incredible movie. I remember it was a pig, but was a pig bitten by a bat?
Yes, it was.
I feel like I don't know if I was like fucking Mandela affecting myself, but so it always is a
I don't
bat.
remember if it was bitten
always is
or
bat.
it ate the bat shit. It was one of
Oh yeah, it ate there's a special name for bat shit, right? Guano or something? Guano, yeah.
They make coffee out of coffee. They feed coffee beans to bats, and when they shit it out, apparently it's really
They
good.
do that with civets as well.
We
Yeah.
could probably,
I think it's coffee.
do that with elephants. I think. Oh, you can do that
Look
with
who
any.
decided to show back
do
up.
with humans.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
what did I miss? You guys fucking figure it out? You guys like capitulate? And
Yeah,
you
we
know,
were saying that Confluence should get his citizenship revoked.
Yeah,
True.
and interesting
Yeah, they're
fact
attacking
about
me, Testy. Terrible
interesting,
times.
so just
interesting
status quo.
fact. Hold on, you're talking about bats. So bat shit, like you're talking about, is if it's petrified, you can also use it to make gunpowder.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a reason it's got a special name. It's got
That what the-
special uses
that what
if
the
you're giving it a
Confederate-
special name.
Is that what the Confederates did?
How'd you know that?
Oh, I assumed because it's coming from you, so I was like,
True. He is
Reason
Confederate
roasted.
based.
yeah, it's just. I'm like, there's a reason. He's done this himself. I bet.
I mean, even the thing. Okay, wait. Oh wait. Okay, no. I'm cucking myself. Okay, so I was just sorry. I was looking at your slide, Big Soda, but I'm assuming it says demonstrated. But I'm just reading that the evidence has demons, and I'm like, holy shit, we are going through a religious
They have
lens. But I'm assuming if I
demonstrated.
scroll to the right, where it's a.
This was our version of Croatoa.
I know this isn't supported by science.
yeah,
but
demonstrate.
I like to imagine that a human used a bat like a flashlight, and that's what created the virus.
That's
I
how
feel like
fucking. That's how
probably what
HIV
ended up-
started. That's how HIV, for
Oh, yeah,
my
it
information,
oh, it was-
I think
like
people
they-
were doing untoward stuff with the monkeys.
No, that's
I think
not
it was-
true.
didn't they
I
eat their
think,
brain?
no, it was. It's in the David Attenborough in
No.
the extended cut where the
No, I think
monkey's
they-
doing the hammer thing, and then David Attenborough does something untoward to that orangutan.
No.
I'm
Let's
pretty
cheat-
sure that's how HIV
Let's
started.
Chief has a question for Anson.
David Attenborough just face fucking an orangutan. That's what I got out of that.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Okay, I haven't missed that one.
Yeah, it's on the director's cut.
And no,
Yeah, Anson, a reenactor who allows himself to get domed by superior whites on several special occasions per year. What is that? I don't know what that means. I'll let you answer
I've
that.
never done Civil War reenactments, but I've been to them before and observed it, and it's an educational experience. I suggest if you get a chance to go to a Civil War reenactment that you do it.
That's what he's talking about.
Dude, with
Okay.
that beard, you could fit
I've
like
been to one.
if you just put on put on the clothes, you could totally do one of those things.
Wait, what
like
did you
Robert
play,
Redford.
Keelan? I have to ask. What did you play?
You could be Robert E. Lee. No, Robert E. Lee didn't have a beard that big. Okay, never mind.
I didn't know. I was a kid. I was watching it. It was a reenactment in my hometown.
I
Yeah,
thought you were in it.
and I do muzzle load, by the way. So thank you for bringing that up. If anybody ever wants to get a hobby, I suggest using some black powder and going out to the range.
that another name for
prefer
docking?
not directly
Badass.
breeding cancer. Just saying.
Well, that would be badass though to go to like the shooting range with like a fucking.
You're
gun.
saying that to a
I mean,
dude who's
I've
smoking
shot
a
it
cigarette.
before. I've shot it before. It's wildly inaccurate, but
That's why it's cool.
That is why it's cool.
it is really cool to have like be dead on and then miss by like 30 feet.
It's probably loud as fuck too.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
I think that's the reason why Yugoslavia lost the war.
We didn't use
Yeah, you just missed-
muskets.
You missed every time you shot.
No, I believe that's how we didn't lose the war entirely, right?
You know, Serbian AKs are really awesome, by the way.
They are
people,
awesome.
You people did good work.
Yeah,
You
I
people.
know.
We like
I
the
know we did.
Serbians.
You should see the machine. You should
It's
see
a
the
pro-Serbian channel.
You should see the machine guns that we used to like put down on a stand, and then you belt feed it. Oh god, that was fun as hell to shoot over New
I
Year's.
bet Alex claims Nikola Tesla.
No, I don't.
That's weird.
He's Russian. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Inventor of the
Call him-
Cybertruck.
You call him Russian?
Huh?
You call Tesla Russian?
No, I'm fucking with you. Where is Tesla from?
He's Serbian American.
He was Serbian?
Tesla was cool.
That guy was
Yeah.
weird.
My friend visited his family's hometown in Serbia.
Oh,
He wanted to give energy to the people, and was it
he did.
fucked them over.
And
He was
how-
into the occult, so that's why I personally like him. Okay.
Yeah,
Or maybe it was
electricity.
he was Serbian, but maybe his hometown was in Croatia or something.
Oh,
Wasn't that a-
what
wasn't that a part
Croatia
of-
is now? That would be
Yeah, Croatia didn't exist at the time. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
all.
Where was he born? Oh, he was born in the Austrian
Austrian
Empire.
Empire.
Oh yeah, now known as
Austria-Hungary.
So Smilogen, how do you pronounce that, Alex? As the Yuko on panel, how do you pronounce this?
What is it?
Smilian.
Smilia in Croatia. Smilia.
Yeah, that just sounds Russian.
Like 6 million people died in the Holocaust.
Leon. Oh, Smiljan. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, my
Serbian.
friend has a picture next
Wait,
to
do you
that
speak?
statue.
Do you speak fucking Serbian, Alex?
Yes,
Is that a language?
I can't read it on
Say
my
a sen-
phone.
say a
Yes, it
sentence
is a
to me.
language.
Say a
Well,
sentence.
It's a
Say-
dialect. I guess.
Say, everyone subscribe to the Confluence YouTube panel in Serbian. Channel, not panel.
Oh my god, I don't know how to say subscribe. It's not a word we ever fucking use when I was
You
over
can say
there.
promote, I suppose, or something.
dude, they're coming for you, dude. They're like, fuck all this virus talk.
Say anything
They're like,
in
they're like,
Serbian.
fuck your heritage. That's what
Say anything in Serbian.
Ooh, we just called you a bitch.
Yeah, he did.
Wait, no, say my sentence. Say my sentence. Just say something positive about the Confluence YouTube channel in Serbian.
He's not a trained monkey. Confluence. What are you doing?
Like, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to.
My
Yeah.
favorite thing about the Balkans is that they're all like people who are very similar and speak basically the same language, and they all hate each other.
Yep, it's awesome.
That's what you get when you have NATO
I'm
meddling in other
wondering,
countries'
does Alex
affairs.
not?
I
Has
know,
Alex been
right?
out of the Yugoslav so long that he has forgotten his Serbia? Alex, this is what I'm picking up.
Yeah, he's become more American than you, Confluence. Isn't that weird?
I don't fucking speak Slovak or whatever language
Nah,
they
you
speak.
speak Canadian.
I
A.
speak
How
fucking
about that,
American, you little shit.
How about
I'm
that, A?
sorry.
You're sorry?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are a sorry hoser.
Oh, Confluence.
Smillion. You can tell how he fumbled Smillion. Or he's having
That's how
tech
it's
issues, okay?
It says how it's pronounced right there.
Smils.
And let's
Yeah,
go
I don't know
back
how
to
to read.
the.
I can't fucking read IPA. Like I wish I could.
I want
I
to
have
read
no
more.
idea.
Put the chart up that was made for the panel, and then I'll read more.
All right, where are we supposed to go?
All right. There may be
Alex, come
one
back.
more.
I promise I won't ask you another Serbian question.
There may be
Alex,
one more
please.
going down.
Alex leaves, and now we have Joan. Is that a coincidence?
Alex, is Joan
Oh.
confirmed? Anson, can you read Jones' message for us real quick?
Yeah, because the king of crabs is from India and true flesh body living is in Saudi Arabia. That his same last name of white penis.
That is actually true. His same last name is actually of white penis. I'm echoing from Alex. I love your self-talk.
Like sounds just like confluent.
Alex, you said so. A schmillion. Oh fuck, the echo stopped.
Oh no.
Okay, where are we going from this?
See if you can scroll down. I think there's something. Yeah.
Oh shit, everything got
What did you
fucked.
do, Confluence?
My shit, I don't know, man. My shit got fucked. Okay, we're on this one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We're on this guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
It says NH Grant RO.
I'm not. I swear, I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. The title: Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence. This was an NIH NIAID grant awarded to EcoHealth Alliance, which subcontracted part of the work to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The project included collecting bat coronaviruses in China, sequencing and characterizing these viruses, creating recombinant
Can you guys hear me?
bat coronaviruses by combining spike proteins from one virus with the backbone of another, testing whether those recombinant viruses could infect human cells and human ACE2 transgenic mice.
They were using transgender mice. That's fucking crazy.
They're
Yeah, I
transing the
Well,
mice. That's
now
what
we know
fucked,
why.
man.
Now we know why they're testing so much transgender stuff. You know,
They're turning the mice gay. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's just
Oh,
There was the frogs. Now it's
it's
the
in the name of
mice.
saving humanity.
Wait, this is an interesting. So this is an actual study I could look up right now. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it proves that it was a lab leak, is what it does.
Well, it certainly is. I mean, this is interesting. I'm not gonna lie, because
So I was just going to say the specific viruses that coronavirus that they studied is those two names right there, the SC or SHC014 and then the WIV1.
Yeah, this is all old news tests. You need to go watch all the hearings where Rand Paul grilled the fuck out of Fauci, because he goes through all this shit.
Or at least this is what they
Hearings
admitted
to watch.
to. So there's more bat coronaviruses than this, and we can assume they have more samples than just these two viruses.
well, yeah,
But
they're
this is what they said that they were doing gain of function research on.
right. Yeah, which I do find. Wait, also, fuck, dude. I know this is like building blocks, but was it a bat or was it a pangolin or whatever? Like I can't never remember what the
They
actual.
never actually.
They don't know. Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
they
know
just-
to this
They
day.
just made it
We,
up.
That's
they
another
know that there's
weird thing
pangolin.
with-
It did go to a pangolin at some point. They just don't know if it was the last vector or not. And
Right.
they're pretty sure it
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
at this
the
point.
with MERS, right? We have a direct transmission. We know, I guess, bat to camel to human, and with SARS-1, we know bat to civet to human, and with C19, we have no fucking idea of what. Despite way more research being done, we have no idea. I'm not saying that means anything. It's just a weird thing that with all these other ones, we have a very clear vector of transmission. With this one, we just don't know.
Yeah.
Wait,
To
can
this
I?
day,
Well,
we don't know,
wait,
which
well,
is
I know.
crazy.
I know that that's like suspicious, but just as like I guess a in fairness thing, like wet markets are notorious for just not because there's so many like different species and people coming and going all at once. Usually in these environments or when these viruses emerge, it's usually from like industrialized farming. Because anytime you have humans in close proximity to animals in large numbers, these things, that seems to be when they happen. So yeah, I agree, like fair enough, like if it's difficult to find the exact vector or whatever, but I think that's that kind of makes sense given the conditions. Usually,
That's
No,
it's
it
almost
is-
the exact same with SARS-CoV-1. No, like that's a similar thing. That's how it got the fucking civets, because the Chinese
Right.
people are fucking eating
Yeah.
civets and shit.
yeah, fair enough.
But we know what happened with
saying-
that one. But it's a very similar circumstance of emergence.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's usually when there's farming, it's usually like you have like a handful of possibilities. In this case, I think there were just.
No, I'm saying with SARS-1, it wasn't farming. It's not like it happened on a civet
Are you
farm.
saying that they 100% confirmed it was from a civet?
Yes.
No, not SARS-CoV-1 or 2.
For one.
One.
Yeah, I believe that's.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I guess I don't know. It's like 100%, but it's like.
Right.
Like at least maybe most experts or something agree it's a civet. I don't know how that shit works, but yeah, it's at least agreed upon it's a civet in SARS-CoV-1, despite it being a similar wet market environment of all these fucking foreign animals being brought in from buttfuck nowhere, right? And so we know that with that. So this is not. So what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but it's not unique to SARS-CoV-2. I guess is what I'm saying. So, this has happened before, and we can still figure out the transmission. With this one, for some reason, we fucking can't.
Right, and this is just as a very quick, like I'm going to have to look into this, but it looks like even with SARS-CoV-1, this is just from the Wikipedia. What's the line here? It says that that they were traced back to they were determined to be intermediary hosts. Those subsequent scientific investigations showed they were amplification hosts rather than the primary natural reservoir, which are cave-dwelling horseshoe bats. So it looks like even for that one, there is some...
No, that's not even disagreement. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it came from the horseshoe bats, and then the intermediate host is the. I feel.
No. I think I know what he's saying. No. Hold on. I think.
What am I missing? Yeah.
So I think what he's saying is that it went to a bat into a civet, and then the mutation reinfected another bat, and that bat introduced into the human population.
Yeah. Can I read the next one now?
Wait, I wanna just land this at least, I guess. Like, so yeah, I feel like they're okay. I guess maybe to make it just maybe more reductive, we know it started from a bat. We know it went to a civet as some intermediary. Maybe it went back to a bat. I don't know, and it ended up in a human. But I'm saying with the coronavirus, or with C-19,
but we know it was in a pangolin.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know, but we don't know if that was the species. We have no idea.
That's because that area was like sanitized, right?
Well, that's the problem, right?
They burned everything down. They're like, fuck this shit.
That's the problem. And why?
Okay.
Why?
Well, no, it makes sense, especially if you're like people are, because there's like the I guess the chance for something worse to happen is the thought.
Right,
like,
but that's not just it. That's not it, because
no, they can infect larger supply chains. But you get what I'm saying. It's like
I get what you're saying.
They could have preserved evidence is the problem.
Yes, they could have preserved evidence. And what the thing that Letchi was trying to cuck me on, but he won't cuck me on this because this is valid, about the pre-thing, about the people having symptoms. It doesn't matter. So Letchi was saying, okay, they just had flu symptoms or whatever, but that's beside the point. Let's say I even agree, and let's say the symptoms aren't definitive. That doesn't fucking matter. China's response matters. What did China do? They blocked the WHO. They deleted records. They did all the usual stuff that you would expect China to fucking do. And so then when we look at SARS-CoV-2, and we know this is what China often does, and now they're just getting rid of everything, and they're blocking WHO again, and they're doing all the type of chicanery that China is known to do, then it's like, well, why do the chicanery unless you're hiding something? Are you hiding something with malfeasance? What are you hiding?
Well, they absolutely lied, in my opinion, and downplayed like their numbers, especially early on, because they didn't want to it's embarrassing at the very least, but they didn't want to be like, oh, this is our fault. So I think they absolutely downplayed it, and I think that's one of the reasons it was allowed to kind of travel as far as it did before people were kind of like, hey, this is an issue. So I mean, every government to a degree is probably incentivized to try and downplay those things, but I think China especially, right? It's a reputational thing. So
we had
the propaganda motivations behind it, but also just saying hey, look at all these steps they took. They're clearly trying to cover something up. It's I kind of agree with you, but I don't think it necessarily points to an intentional lab leak. It's no, this is a national embarrassment type of thing.
Okay, but then why are you deleting lab records? I guess if you're China and you're no, okay, we're embarrassed that it came from our wet markets and then we're eating fucking civets and selling live dogs, which they were doing, right? Then why cover up the lab aspect? Why delete lab records? Why obfuscate? Why block WH's efforts? Because that would show it wasn't from the lab; it was from this. Why block all the lab stuff?
Can I make it? My best guess would be that the people who worked at that wet market were the ones that eliminated a lot of the shit, and then the government really realizing they had no way to prove whatever the fuck was going on, and they didn't know. They probably did the rest of it.
Did the
I-
government did the wet market stuff. It wasn't the people.
I'm just really curious because feels like you're introducing a new point, but I'm sure you went over it maybe while I was gone. So how do we know that they deleted lab records? Like if they were deleted, like how did the information emerge that there were things that were deleted?
So that's something I know from the SARS-CoV-1 outbreak. Or no, sorry, not SARS-CoV-1. So no, SARS-CoV-2, but before the thing happened. So there was people, and I guess I could find a source on it. So this is what I was reading. That there was, before it was officially announced, there was a few people that had symptoms that were similar to C19, and we don't know if they had C19 or not. And so there was a look into this by the WHO, and they were blackballing the WHO or whatever the word is. They were like stonewalling them, I guess. Yeah, they were not. Okay. Yeah, they were going against this. They were deleting data. They were doing like a bunch of like untoward stuff. And then the outbreak happens.
I would find that credible, but I would just I'm not just like dismissing you. I've just never heard this before, so I'm just trying to like I'm curious. I wouldn't put it past them because I do think that again adds a little bit of fuel to the fire. That is a little bit like suspicious. I could understand maybe, like again the downplaying, but like actually covering up or obfuscating or deleting records, whatever you want to call it. I mean that doesn't look good. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, you guys talk. I will ask ChatGTP, as Futoy says, and I'll see if I can find a source briefly. If I can't, I'll just give up on it. But
you don't have to. I'm not like trying to press you for this now. Like
no. It's a good.
Right,
this is just what I was doing my research. This is what I read, but I was just listening to what Grok and following the sources on that. So I'm not saying I fucking I'm 10 toes down. Okay, I've looked into studies before, but this was something that, this specific claim I'm making is just something that fucking Grok told me literally today. Man. Okay, I'm not like hiding the ball here.
Little man, find that source.
You're done, son. Okay, you're done. Once I find the source,
find something. This is from the WHO. So they did say that they were withholding. This is kind of, I don't know, not necessarily, this is when the dust kind of settled. I guess this is from 2025. Post in the back chat, but actually I'll post it in regular chat as well. I should get in the habit of doing that so everybody can benefit. But it does, the summary here is saying that they did like do an assessment and China had not requested specific information from the Wuhan lab, including staff health records, documentation of biosafety practices, and information about the research. So that is like, again, I can kind of take.
Okay, wait. So does that not what I'm saying?
No, yeah, for sure. I just was like looking up the. So yeah, I can take this in two different ways. I can take it as, again, sort of the overarching, this is a national embarrassment type of thing. We don't want our name being dragged through the mud in the international stage, and so that's like a very strong motivation to cover it up. Or they could, it's the question that allows people to fill in the blanks. It could also be that they were up to some super fucked shit. So I understand the absence of evidence, not evidence, but I'm kind of, I wouldn't say conceding, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards now maybe the lab leak thing. This does look really bad if you're blackballing an international health organization on the what we consider global interest. Like there's a lot of interest in this information. So from a scientific standpoint, it makes absolutely no sense. Therefore, it's politically motivated in some way. I just can't for sure put my So it's a soft saying, hey, you know what? Maybe I said 75, 25%. I'll go to 65, 30.
Can we
progress?
Hold on a second. We're attributing values to China that we don't know that they hold. What was their reasoning for not giving this data?
Oh, that is also an important question.
Is there an official reason?
I will find out. And I did, there are some other previous entries, apparently they had uploaded some information, raw data into some database, which they later retracted or requested to be deleted. But at least that type of stuff, there is stuff they tried to remove, but that there are records of that information. So, but I like in a scientific context, I can't imagine that that's like extremely uncommon.
You're just Googling. So I don't know if my AI is giving me just like in all of the circumstances. They're being like, privacy concerns about handing over patient data, which is of course nonsense because it's not what
Exactly.
WHO was
That's
after.
one of the things I was going to mention is
Yeah,
that maybe
privacy.
they have something similar to HIPAA where they're not willing to give that data to certain organizations.
First of all, not how HIPAA works. First of all, that's not how HIPAA works. WHO is not asking for like patient names and identifying information.
Well, they asked
that
for
would be a HIPAA.
It says they asked for staff health. Where the fuck is it? Including staff health records. So I mean, maybe they could have like the position of the person and maybe describe their medical information, but without having their name. But I even then, I imagine if that's made public, that people could probably figure out who they are. I have no idea. The
other thing that at least my AI is telling me, China has repeatedly argued that the WHO should respect China's sovereignty and an investigation should not become what is called politicized. So like at that point, fuck off. Fuck all the way off.
I think one of the things that really fucked us is we had like early detection centers in China that we closed down, I think in September.
Confluence, tell me how that's not how HIPAA works. Like I want to hear you go through this.
You can the data of HIPAA is like if it can be identified, if it's like something that is like identifiable, is my understanding. It's not just like, I don't think it would be a violation of HIPAA to just like give, if the WHO comes to America and they're like, hey, we want to know like data about like how many people have this specific virus, and you're not giving like names, I don't think that's a HIPAA violation to say, yeah, this many people are currently infected with this virus. So, you don't have to get everyone's fucking consent. And I mean, I don't know why I'm phrasing this as if I'm like uncertain, because I fucking know this is obviously true. It's not a HIPAA violation to do that. So yeah.
So for what
what was who asking for?
So they were asking where the fuck is it? So staff medical. Yeah,
that's crazy.
So they're asking for staff medical records or health records, documentation of biosafety practices, and information about the research, like the specific research they were doing, and just so I guess so. It looks like there was a report in 2001 which was done, like. It's kind of like the police investigating themselves. Apparently, China had conducted an investigation, and they basically said their reasoning was that they said that the Wuhan laboratory personnel had tested negative, and that there had been no relevant staff illnesses, and so that's why they requested they wanted their health records, absenteeism information, laboratory inventories, biosafety. So it seems like it's a fairly zoomed out approach. They're not like maybe the staff health records, and China basically rejected the premise and said this shit's already been investigated in 2001 and there's no further relevant information that would change.
This is not, to be clear, this isn't a situation where China's like they're just redacting personally identifiable information and WHO's like, no, we need fucking names and dates of birth and all this. That's not what happened.
It sounded like they were asking for health records of people who work there.
I'm saying it's not.
There is no such thing as HIPAA between China and the WHO. I don't think China even has
I said a similar policy because Europe doesn't have HIPAA.
I get what you're saying. It's not like China provided all the information they could and just blacked out identifiable information. They didn't do that. They just said, no, fuck off. Fuck off with your request. We're not going to give you the data at all.
Another part of HIPAA adjacent things, because not every jurisdiction uses HIPAA. Obviously, it's like a U.S. specific thing. Is that you don't give out information that you don't have to give out. So if they don't think they have to give out this information, why would they?
Well, right. Yeah, that's the thing I just said, which I told them to go fuck right off. Yeah, if you're like, yeah, fuck the WHO, well, then that's going to maybe cause people to rightly have some suspicions raised, which it's like, yeah, should I guess that's a different question. Should nations be beholden to international organizations if they've signed on to them, which China has, because they're getting funding for all this fucking shit, and you have to sign on to this shit to get that funding. So you can't have it both ways. If you're going to sign off and get funding from all these fucking places, then you have to play ball. If you want to just be a North Korea and you're not taking funding, and then you also tell everyone to fuck up, then that's fine. Actually, that's a fair thing. I don't think North Korea is beholden to WHO. I think they can just tell them to fuck right off. I think that's fair. China doesn't do that. China takes all this money, and from the US even, to do all this nonsense. And then when it comes to an international recognized org, they're like, no, and they're fucking stonewalling them.
You're making assumptions. Like now you're getting into the weeds of thing because you don't know what China's agreement with WHO is.
Stop calling it WHO. Please, God.
No, it's funny.
I know that if China is receiving funding from all these organizations, there is a requirement that they have to play ball with these organizations. Otherwise, China wouldn't let.
But you don't know what playing ball is. You don't know what playing ball is.
That is true.
So what?
Can we move to the next section? This is becoming reductive.
That's fair. I posted in the back chat like China's kind of quote unquote official response to when the WHO requested this information, and it is kind of funny. Obviously I'm skimming it, but like going towards the bottom, they're basically saying like, hey, the US has done a bunch of fuck shit from like 2003 to whatever, and then they're saying that hey, we've cooperated, like shit's all good. Like and then they go into the stuff about politicizing and all the rest of it. That's probably where this came from. But they're basically like we did comply with everything, and we should focus on like the pandemic, or like we should focus on the reduction of all the stuff and everything. So they're basically saying
it's dropping facts in the chat.
Yeah, let's see if it's
he's probably dropping nonsense. Let me see. Does it not have unilateral legal authority to mandate disclosures from internet? No one is. Facts. No one is saying that.
Yeah, they don't have like the authority. No one
fucking is saying that. Holy shit, let's sheep. What the fuck?
Because the WHO is specifically like they're supposed to be a non-political organization, and like I understand like the things that they're requesting make perfect sense from like a oversight type of view, because it's like they're trying to say like, how did this happen? We want to have a better understanding of how things were run, just to make sure that like everything was up to snuff, and if there were any shortcomings, like just to make sure that there are no potential weak spots or something that could happen in the future. So on the one hand, I could see it being interpreted as like a fishing expedition of like, why are you asking for this information? We said all of our staff tested negative, like everything is fine, it's irrelevant. But then that part I could even accept. Like we're not going to discuss our staff or our research, but like the safety procedures and like those types of records, like biosafety and stuff, like I don't understand why that wouldn't be provided. Like that's not like to me, I don't know how this works, but to me there's no like national security threat. These are like it's like a scientific overview that they're trying to gather. That's
I don't know why we're like fucking acting like China is like maybe has like some good steel manable position here. Like
read the rest of what Let's Cheat.
They might though. We know like literally I don't even care how pro China anyone could be. Like we know China. We fucking know China. We just do.
This is Orientalist attitude.
This is anti-Sinoism or whatever.
This is literally Orientalism.
Yeah.
Don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Don't threaten me with a good time.
I love that word, dude. It's so old school.
Yeah. Them Orientals get mad at you when you call them Orientals.
But my grocery store still says Oriental food, okay? So
we know the Oriental.
Am I not allowed to call them Orientals?
It is the Orient, so I mean, like, I don't see the issue.
That's what I mean. Yeah, like it shouldn't. But if I say, oh, this Oriental person, I bumped into them, I'm like, I'm problematic. But
that's not the point.
A fucking Walmart can have an Oriental food section. Explain that to me like a 5.
The conversation is more around like defining a group of people as though they're unchanging, as though they are what they were in some past instance in which you knew something about them.
Yeah, do you think when my grandpappy says, "Oh, the Oriental girl at the store," do you think that's what he means, Keelan, or do you think maybe she's fucking like Vietnamese or some shit? Because I think it's probably the latter.
Keelan, do you deny that China runs a massive police state that basically subverts individual human dignity and rights for the preservation of saving face because that's important to their culture?
I would disagree with you on degree.
Okay. Yeah. You're not going to be good faith at all. Not even the slightest.
How is that not good faith? Like,
Yeah, you're like,
you
oh well,
framed it. You
yeah,
framed it
well,
in a
let's-
pretty extreme way, and I said I disagree with you on degree. I think that's
yeah.
pretty-
Like I don't even know what that fucking means.
So you're acting like they subvert individual freedom
Crazy comment.
almost
That's
totally is what you're.
They do. They have a social credit score system. They don't let you move to certain parts of
Wild.
the country unless you comply with like being a good citizen in their eyes, being defined by what the state says a good citizen is. It's a police state.
Keelan, how are you not admitting this? That's fucking crazy. You know
Wait,
they put
no.
every like Hong Kong protester in fucking
So
prison right
hold
now,
on.
right?
It was just claimed that I was going to be not good faith because I said I disagree with you on degree, and now everyone else is being bad faith.
Yeah, and also China's
Wait,
cool.
how am I
right?
being bad faith? Fuck off. How am I being bad faith right now?
I think you're being a little hard on China. Oh, I'm just gonna say it. I think you're being
I
a little
understand
bit
China's eating our ass, and I
you're a little
but
Look, we can all agree that Chinese women are fucking hot. There's nothing wrong with Chinese people.
Yeah,
It's the
that's
Chinese
true.
government.
That's true.
It's the
That's
government
facts.
that's fucking.
okay. Yeah, that's fair. You know, that's like olive branch right there.
I think we can all agree. Yeah, Chinese women, we need more. We need more of the Ming Mings to come over here. We agree with that. That's fine. No one's opposed to that. Okay, based agreement. Okay.
Yeah, I think we can move on. I think
we're moving.
yeah.
I think we found a weird
Common ground.
coalescing between the political aisles. Yeah, that's
What agreement
Reaching
was
your
there?
ground.
Was not an agreement.
The Chinese women are hot,
that there's hot Chinese women and that we should import more of them.
and we should respect.
That-
Yeah, we should respect
That
that.
there exist attractive women in China.
Yeah, see, we agree.
No, that Chinese
you-
women are disproportionately hot compared to other races.
Yeah,
To
they
be
are. Yeah,
Kirk-pilled.
absolutely.
To be a bit Kirk-pilled, okay?
Why would anyone agree with something like that?
Because it's
Are you-
true. I
wait,
mean, it's objective.
yeah, are you saying
You know,
that-
that's
Chinese women are
empirical facts.
Yeah, are you saying they're not attractive? I don't.
Yeah, you're saying Chinese
This-
women are ugly?
This is that one logical fallacy, right? That I always bring up. It's the same one. No, I'm not saying that they're worse looking than other races. I'm saying
You're saying
you
they're
can't make
ugly
that judgment.
puggos, which I think is crazy.
Why do you hate Chinese women, Keelan?
No.
Let's move to the
So
next
Keelan,
section.
so yeah, I feel like there is agreement here. Keelan seems to be agreeing then that there are attractive Chinese women. Disproportionate to
That's not-
other races.
that-
Okay.
That is not what Anson said, and that is not what you agreed with Anson on. And like, come
Them
on.
Chinese
I
women are
think we
banging.
came to an agreement. I feel like there's an agreement that's been had. It's hard to put into words, but there's something that everyone I think understands.
They're talking about viruses. I got that yellow fever.
Heyo.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. It's a vibe thing. Okay. Where Big Soda, where are we moving to next? Are we zooming in? Are we zooming out? Where are we going? We're going down.
Down.
Is Big Soda even here? Big Soda.
Down.
Oh, he's alive and well. Big Soda, before we move on, you agree
Yeah.
Chinese woman. We like Chinese woman, yeah? You agree with that?
Chinese woman.
You take up Ming Ming.
Chinese
didn't have a
woman.
wife.
Okay. Chinese woman. Okay.
Okay, I'll accept that. Okay.
That's so progressive of you, Big Soda. Actually,
I've been working on it.
yes, they're tolerable, I guess. Just like-
That's all you can ask for us, Testy, okay? We're trying here. We're
No,
trying over here.
I'm
That's
acknowledging-
progress.
Yeah, I'm acknowledging the
Yeah.
effort. I appreciate it.
I'm standing.
You're
I'm
welcome.
standing 10 toes down on the Irish, though.
Can you
will
zoom in?
never
You
be able
can't,
to
that's,
convince
there's
that
some
Irish.
ground you can't cede.
Okay,
And
we got
the Irish is the final bastion.
yeah, we
Absolutely.
are on the next thing here.
I can't read that. Can you zoom in on the top left panel and then move over to the right, or zoom in on the top two panels and then I'll read it?
Okay. Oh wait,
It's way
that's
too
it.
fucking small.
Okay. That's what she says. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Scroll up just a little bit because I already read that transgenic mice thing.
Oh, like scroll down? Oh
Yeah, that's it right
Okay.
there. All right. a SARS-like cluster of circulating bat coronaviruses shows potential for human emergence. This is a 2015 research article published in Nature Medicine by Vinette D. Manachary and colleagues examining the potential for certain SARS-like coronaviruses to infect humans. The paper became one of the most discussed coronavirus studies because it combined laboratory virology with questions about zoonotic spillover risk, biosafety, and pandemic preparedness. Main findings.
Oh, that wasn't God. Okay, there.
The authors reported that engineered chimeric virus could infect primary human airway cells, and that a reconstructed bat virus was also capable of infecting human cells, suggesting that some bat coronaviruses may require little or no adaptation before crossing into humans. They also found that certain existing monoclonal antibodies and vaccine approaches developed against the original SARS virus were less effective against the chimeric virus they studied.
Pause.
Okay.
I will say we probably should have gone down and then up and then bottom. Yeah,
I'll read
You
the
should have
bottom
said
left
that
now.
like 5
but
minutes ago.
I was muted. I was saying it when I was
Correct.
muted, and I was I'm muted. I just let him finish it.
Research question. The study investigated whether a bat coronavirus spike protein from the virus SCH 2014 COV found in Chinese horseshoe bats, that's a weird name, could enable infection of human cells. To address this, the researchers created a chimeric virus by placing the SHCO14 spike protein onto the backbone of a mouse-adapted SARS-CoV strain, then tested its behavior in cultured human airway cells and in mice. They also reconstructed the full bat virus from its published genome sequence to evaluate its infectivity.
They shouldn't be doing that shit.
Significance. The paper contributed to growing evidence that wildlife surveillance should go beyond sequencing viruses and include experiments evaluating their ability to infect human cells. It is frequently cited in discussions of zoonotic spillover, emerging infectious diseases, and preparedness for future coronavirus outbreaks.
That's the name SHCO14-MA15 is the name of the chimeric virus.
And so I don't like doing this because I don't know enough about this, so I am using the AI thing, but I looked up this study to like run it through, and it says that there are, because I was like, okay, this sounds very like SARS-CoV-2 coded, but like how similar is it actually? And it says that this is almost like eerily it kind of almost like a warning of how something could easily spread and become a pandemic.
Yeah.
So it is kind of like.
Are you being blackpilled right now, Testy? Holy shit!
A little bit. I mean, a little bit, dude. But like, because this is bizarre. This is all the reporting in this summer I'm reading is it ended in May 2019. So this would have been like almost 6 months before any official case of SARS-CoV-2, which emerged in December of 2019. So
they get their funding, or like Eco Alliance, they team up. Yeah, not Eco Alliance. NIH lines up with their grants in 2014, the moment that USA forbids gain-of-function research. It goes over there, and 5 years later, there's potentially a massive lab leak.
And it's specifically talking about like how this could spread through like wildlife markets, but wet markets, same thing. It's like wet markets, I think, are considered to be more dangerous, but like same fucking idea, right?
Yeah.
So this is goddamn. I feel like I'm getting fucking. It's like some JQ rabbit hole I'm going down that you're leading me in.
That's right.
But I
That's
feel like
what the purpose of Conspiracy Fridays is all about.
I'm seeing only what you want me to see.
Ooh.
That's the thing.
Right.
I'm like,
you're damn straight. You are.
I fucking need to like find.
Can I bring up the bigger conspiracy? Like all this will kind of relate back to me. The biggest conspiracy is there was a lot of people who were interacting with gain of function research, and I think it was very vital to a lot of people's study. And I think a lot of people were willing to put their profession on the line to go with the narrative that it wasn't a lab leak because it negatively affects their field.
Oh, in terms of, yeah, I mean, I could see that also in incentive. Because from like a grants perspective or funding perspective, I'm a little bit. I think that chain is a little bit more segmented. Where I like, let's say that there was a laboratory that, because a lot of them get through universities in general, right?
Yeah.
That funding is like provided because people want like flashy headlines and all these things, but there's like. There's also like that governmental interest in these things, right? Or I guess even pharmaceutical interest. Like there's a lot of money to be made studying these things. So I guess it would be like bad publicity in that regard. But I don't really know how much. Like even from like the SARS, like because there was this kind of conspiracy, or that was like the narrative for a long time. I would be curious to see how much this actually impacted, because even governments getting freaked out or saying, hey, this gain of function shit, if this is true, if this is happening, or this can happen, like we need to fucking revamp our safety standards or pump the brakes and figure out what's going on. Like I would kind of hope something like that is constantly being done.
You can imagine the whole point of this is to prevent a massive pandemic from happening, and you've been putting this money into it, and you've been like preparing yourself for this, and then it happens right in front of you, and it's devastating for the world.
But the problem, from what I remember reading with like at least SARS-CoV-1, the problem isn't like doing the research. The problem is like the level of containment or whatever they fucking classify it as. Like there's different like levels of like security that you could imagine if you're like running a biolab that you have to have, depending on like how dangerous or spreadable the virus is. And that was the issue. The issue, and I think that's maybe fair for like most things. The issue isn't what you're necessarily doing. If what you're doing is insane, that's fine, but it has to be like ultra guarded, right? It has to be like threat level midnight, right? It has to be. And with SARS-1, that was the issue with at least the two Beijing leaks, where like the classification, it wasn't enough. Whatever their fucking quarantine level system is between like 1 through 5, it wasn't high enough. So then shit gets out. But I think the gain of function itself, I don't know, like we could maybe argue it's too dangerous to do it all. But I think the main issue is like the differential between what you're doing and then how much protection you have.
Well, because they, like, even compared to SARS, like they still have, there's some disease that's considered to be like essentially wiped out. It wasn't Ebola because that still exists, but there are like maybe it's right. It's
no,
like
smallpox is making SARS is actually wiped out. That actually is a wiped out. SARS-1 is wiped out. There hasn't been a case for like a decade or more. SARS is actually wiped out.
Okay. Well, no, I'm talking about like something like there's some more deadly disease that's like they still have it in these. Yeah.
The plague. Yeah. No, actually, I think there was a case of the plague recently. Weirdly enough,
I think there was, but like these like more severe, like the scarier ones, like where you're bleeding out of your asshole or something. Like I don't know, but like I'm pretty sure that all of these things they have under lock and key somewhere. So I think that the safety standards do have to be like tantamount or whatever.
There's hundreds of people. There's hundreds of people in the Democratic Republic of the Congo dying from Ebola right now. I mean, there's a massive outbreak, and I mean,
still, I thought they fucking fixed that shit.
No, man, no. There's a civil war going on. It's a mess there.
Yeah.
In the Congo, how do they not? That's crazy. I thought they got their shit together like 10 years ago.
It's from 12 hours ago. So yeah, it's killed 1,000 people in the Congo in the last
couple months.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I had a roommate. Side quest briefly. I had a roommate in college that was from Liberia, by way of Ghana. He was some refugee camp, and I was with him, and he had a lot of members of his family die from Ebola. But this was like just like 8 or 9 years ago, and I thought it fucking ended. I thought we kind of fixed that issue. I guess I thought it because Ebola is one of those things where it's a hemorrhagic. I don't know how to say that word. Whatever it is. Yeah, where it's like, you're as tested, you're bleeding out of your asshole, basically. Yeah, you're bleeding out of your fucking eyes. It's fucking nightmare fuel. But the issue is that it kills you so often that it's not very contagious. It's not airborne. So yeah, I thought it kind of just ended in West Africa like 10 years ago. I didn't know it was still going on.
Yeah, well,
I thought we did fix it. I'm being dead ass, Gil. I thought we fixed it. I thought it fixed itself, I guess is what not we fixed it. That was me being a bit stupid, but I thought it kind of like worked its course, I guess. I didn't think it was still an issue going on.
There are people that get it who are asymptomatic and spread it. So not everybody bleeds from the asshole. Some people get it in their semen and they can spread it through sex or any kind of bodily fluids. It's not just a bleed through the asshole thing. It impacts people differently because all viruses impact people differently.
This is why USAID shouldn't have stopped giving out condoms, if you think about it. Unironically,
no, that's not true.
Unironically, they should have kept giving up condoms. That's the one thing, not the Lebanese queer atheist, dance theory, whatever the fuck they're doing. But they should have kept giving out the condoms.
They never will.
No, the actual solution is to just stop treating AIDS in Africa. That way, the population goes down.
So I have no. I won't say. I'm going to let Anson fall on the sword for that one. Yeah, I disavow. I would never say something like that.
I would against.
Wait, does that mean you're tempted to say something like that, Dusty? That's crazy.
Well, the analogy that I use is I'm like, if we made the drugs more pure, like street drugs, then it would actually increase the overdose rate, and the problem sort of takes care of itself.
Yeah, that's the same logic I'm using, right? People,
I don't like this weird Anson Dusty agreement here. I don't like this at all.
I'm not saying we should do it. I'm just saying it's not.
It's horseshoe, yeah.
Well, there's also an argument for eliminating like medically assisted like pregnancy and birth, so that we have more hardy humans born, and only the actual strong survive that process.
What do you think about that, Tessie?
Sorry, they only you mean like eugenics?
It's kind of like how the Spartans did. If there's a defective baby, they just throw it off a cliff.
Not eugenics adjacent. Natural selection. Not eugenics. Not selecting for them. Not telling them, hey, you're the superior one because of my personal bias. Actually allowing nature to do its job.
Our
eugenics adjacent.
Our birth rate is already so high. Like, that's a great idea.
I'm pretty sure that is eugenics, because you are artificially selecting for certain traits.
No, I'm not.
It is. Anson's making a negative argument that's saying I'm just taking all of this genetic data I have, and I'm just like choosing not to help the people I don't like. That is eugenics with extra fucking steps, or less steps, perhaps.
It's a more passive form of it. Maybe you could say it's a more ethical form of eugenics, because the whole letting nature take its course. It's like if a baby's deformed, just like they'll do the thing that compliments. You just don't feed them. You'll just keep them in a room and let nature. They could survive. Cool. They could
I'm not
survive.
Saying don't feed people. No, that's messed up, man.
That's
I'm
nature,
not saying
bro. That's nature.
It's like making antibiotics.
And shit.
No, if you make antibiotics illegal, then only people with strong immune systems would survive.
That's exactly how it works. That's exactly how it works.
Actually, okay, Let's Chief is right about this. If you wanted to really do your weird killing drug users testy, then you would be down with the fent maxing, okay? Because that is what is the death of people.
Well, here's the thing,
though. If the drugs were instantly pure, they would be weirdly less strong, right? Like if all the heroin in the street was 100% heroin, it would be less strong than what it is currently.
So
that's like fact.
I'm taking the libertarian argument to its extreme, where I'm saying that yes, it's like we should have pure access to drugs, because untainted drugs are quote unquote like safer, but that also means because people's tolerance will go up. So but in the short term, like the purity or the inexperienced, like you're probably going to have a wave of overdoses before.
Well, no,
I'm saying that's wrong, Tessie. I'm saying if tomorrow in BC where you live, if all of what is sold as heroin was 100% heroin, everyone would be like, "What the fuck? Why am I not high right now?" Like no one would be dying. that's what I'm saying. No one would die.
Okay, how about
the
this?
opposite?
So then I'll combine that with the Witchy's proposal, where we purify the drugs and then we also stop sending paramedics.
And let the paramedics die.
Well, no,
Again, purifying the drugs would make the drugs like 10 times weaker. Like that again, I wouldn't. So I understand you're trying to do.
How does it make them weaker? I don't understand that.
So Tessie. So Tessie, right now, in like Vancouver, right, like most of what's sold is heroin, right, has like large amounts of fentanyl. That's like contributing the vast majority of like the opioided effect, the respiratory depression, all this stuff is going to kill you. The stuff that's also going to make you feel high. So if it was switched out for pure heroin, it is way weaker because heroin is a way weaker molecule than fentanyl is by a factor of like 100 or 1,000 or something, like incredibly weaker. So if all of the heroin was pure heroin, it would be way less strong opiates overall, and it would kill absolutely no one. And all the junkies would be like, "What the fuck? Why am I not high enough?" That's what I'm saying.
I see. Oh yeah, but then they'll just skip to the good stuff.
Then they would go to the pure fentanyl, I guess, in this world. But then they would know they're using pure fentanyl. So, but junkies are retarded. So maybe they would.
No, people legitimately use pure fentanyl recreationally. Like when they're.
I know. Yeah, right. Of course.
So, right. So they would just, because then they'd be like, well, heroin's for kids. I'm just going to do the crazy shit.
Yeah, heroin, that's some fucking normie shit. Okay?
That
grind set.
Yeah, so just make fentanyl all legal and make Narcan illegal, and then it'll solve the problem.
Sure, it's a multi-pronged approach, really.
And this is the fact that you mentioned Witchy, the fucking anti-God. I mean, I don't want to say that, but I don't.
No, we were all.
I'm not gonna.
Clearly, I am being very tongue-in-cheek here.
Witchy shows up sometimes, but like the stuff Witchy has said in debates, I think is so. It's like it's not even anti-natalist. I don't even know what
it's like anti-life.
It's anti-life. It's like a pro-death. It's like
the only thing that got me
horrifying in my mind.
The only thing that kind of annoyed me was the fact that she said that she was like an ex user and all these things, and how she was, and I was like, if anybody should have like an intimate understanding of addiction and like these things, like it should be you. And then when you're still saying like some people just don't want to be helped, and like I can even say like that is true, there are some people that like you can't reach, but I would say the majority of people want to be helped on some level. I don't think the majority of people have like given up. They still understand that. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a matter of perspective, but
of course in some someone would be dead if they didn't want help. There's some small part, maybe it's small, but yeah, someone who's like fucking, even a prostitute's like fucking shooting fent every day or 5 times a day. They obviously, some amount of them wants out of that. Obviously no one chooses that.
How do you know how often prostitutes use? I mean, do you have like prostitutes laying around or something? What's going on, Confluence?
I know fentanyl's half-life, so I don't think a prostitute has a different like way of dealing with like narcotics than like a normal person. I don't think they have like a special like horror value where it changes things. So I would assume they're using that amount of time.
Is anyone else on panel an addict?
Now that you
I hope it's not one of them 20 years sober addicts.
I hope not. Otherwise, fuck right off.
Yeah. That was a good callback. Solid.
Yeah, I just want to say that for the record, I really like Testy. You know, I like hanging out with my Oriental friends, and you know, it's just nice that you're here, Testy.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate that, and I am Asian. For the record, like I am technically Asian, so
in a technical sense,
I accept,
not in a Ming sense,
but still. If I just say I'm Asian, it's up for interpretation. So I'll accept the term Oriental, even though
you're West Asian. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's perfect. Yeah.
No, I thought he was South Asian.
Wait, no. West everyone knows West Asian means India. Like in any normal, if someone tells me they're West Asian, I'm like, oh yeah, you're from like Bangladesh or India. Like that's
it could
that's
be
not
Iran.
deceiving anyone except retards. I think no one thinks you're like Asian in the way that we fetishize the Asians. I guess is what I'm saying. If you say West Asian.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
And also, so what Les Chief said, this is a fun fact. Maybe people on panel already know this. Yeah, fentanyl has many medical uses. In fact, most people that have given birth have taken fentanyl. Most of the time, they don't know it, which is a weird thing.
No, it doesn't have that many medical. It has it's like end of life. It's like a very
Testy. What I just said is true.
Yeah,
Do you disagree with what I just said?
Wait, for giving birth?
Most people who have given birth have taken fentanyl. Most people.
Wait, are you telling me that's what when they do like I thought they do that fucking injection in the spine?
Yes, the epidural. Yes, it has fentanyl mixed in with this shit. Most people who have given birth are taking fentanyl. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Epidurals have. I don't believe you.
That's a fact. That's a fucking fact.
Fuck AI and Google and all these fucking services, dude. They just try to cuck you with the truth.
Yeah, everybody knows that the female orgasm is fake.
Yeah, it's a myth. It's been scientifically proven. Nature magazine. I can't remember the year or the month, but it's in there.
It's like COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a made up thing by liberals.
But yeah, Tessa, you can fact check me on this.
No, I did. I was instantly mad that I was wrong because I thought an epidural was.
So I'm like, it's weird. It's like no one knows this because like fentanyl, I guess, is like a crazy word because I've talked to, and maybe this is my autism showing a bit, but I've talked to people who have kids, and I'm like, well, yeah, you probably were on fentanyl at some point, and they're like, absolutely not. And then I go through this, and I'm like, well, no, but probably if you think about it. And then, people don't like that. Because I feel like most of the time people hear the word fentanyl, it's in like a druggy context. But yeah, fentanyl is like it's a very good drug. They use it for, the half-life, a very short half-life. That's why they use it, because you don't want your baby to be fucked by the drug. That's the main reason. That is the primary reason that you use fentanyl in this situation, because opioids can cross the blood-brain barrier and they can get into the placenta, affect the baby. You don't want your baby having respiratory issues. So you want something as short-acting as possible to reduce your pain in the moment, but not reduce your baby's breath rate when it's born. So you want something that is very good at the analgesic effects, the stopping the pain effects, but you want something that's also very like quick in and out of your system. And fentanyl is the wonder drug of those two things. Analgesic, but also very short acting.
Have there been any studies that show the relationship between, the fentanyl use you're talking about and autism?
I don't know. I mean, get on that. Yeah.
I don't think if that's a sincere question, I don't think there's any. No, there's no.
Is it served to the women with the Tylenol also?
No, see, the Tylenol thing, that actually does, low key, I think, correlate with autism. The fentanyl does not.
Don't be one of those people.
It does correlate. I didn't say cause. It does correlate, Testy. It does.
Dude, Tylenol,
it does. You can't deny that.
No, I can deny it because there were lawsuits on it, and the lawsuits were thrown out due to lack of evidence. And also, Tylenol was.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Acetaminophen has been
around.
Are
you dead ass right now? Are you dead ass?
Has been around since like the 1950s. It is one of the most well-studied drugs. There has There has never been a link to autism from Tylenol.
Yeah, Testy,
you're so Testy. Oh my god! Check with your AI. That's fucking insane. That's insane.
I have absolutely looked into this.
Yeah, you haven't. Did you cash your check from the pharmaceutical company today?
The FDA fucking said that there's a correlation. I'm not saying causative, to be very clear. I'm not saying a causative thing. There is a correlation between acetaminophen and ADHD and autism. That is facts, at least from most of the studies we have.
Tylenol is not.
At least to say you can maybe disagree with the studies, but
no, but it's not okay. I'll agree. No, it's not a safe thing to take like after I think it's like within the after the second trimester or some shit. Like it's not safe to take.
Why not?
It can. I don't know the exact mechanism, but it can cause like harm to the baby.
Okay, Tylenol. The reason Tylenol's used is it's one of the few things that doesn't cause a birth defect. Like acetylsalicylic acid does cause stuff. I think it causes an enlargement of the heart or something.
You should never take Advil.
Yeah,
Advil's
you
really
can't
bad,
use like NSAIDs or whatever they're fucking called. Like same with what's the thing that bitches take? Well, women take for menstrual pain. Yeah, what's the drug? Naproxen? Naproxen? Is that right?
Naproxen, yeah.
Naproxen. You can't take naproxen. You can't take Advil. You can't take aspirin. But Tylenol is the one safe thing that you can take. But now we're discovering that it is not without its risks. Now, there is a correlation there.
That's not a statement, though. Every single drug in existence comes with risk. There is not anything.
What I'm saying is there is a correlation between Tylenol use and autism and ADHD. That's what I'm saying.
No, I strongly disagree.
I'm not saying it's causative, to be clear. I'm saying there's a correlation.
Confluence,
it could be that the people that have, let's say, morning sickness or headaches or something, that is the main cause of some autism thing, and that they're more likely to take it. I'm not talking about causative stuff.
It's 2-point-something million children, and they from 1995 to 2019. And I believe they used. So this was women who had at least 2 children, and they reported using acetaminophen or Tylenol during one pregnancy and not using it during the other. Obviously, this is some self-reporting and blah blah blah.
So stupid. What you said is so dumb.
This is definitive. This is like I don't know.
That's not definitive. What you just said is so stupid, and I hope you know what's so stupid about what you just fucking read.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to take issue with, Testy? Do you know what I'm going to take issue with?
Not because I just contradicted you in real time, and I feel like you're.
Oh, so you can't even steel man me about what I'm going to take issue with based on what you said. It might not be what the study says, but what you just said.
What did I? Okay, no, I don't know. Just
okay.
Say it.
Oh, okay. I will just. Sorry, I'm trying to drag it out a little bit, but
no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no. It's all right.
But what I will say is, like, at some point in their pregnancy, that's not the claim. That's never been the claim. The claim is large amounts of acetaminophen during pregnancy have a correlation with autism and ADHD. It's not some amounts. So your fucking study, unless I'm not looking at your study, I'm just listening to the words you're saying.
But we don't
some amount. That's fucking so fucking off the point. Yeah, it's not like, I took 2 Tylenols every month once I had certain pains. No, it's like you're taking like an abundance of acetaminophen, and that's the correlative link between that and autism and ADHD.
Because it crosses the blood-brain barrier and gets into the child's brain. And
it does. And no, Keelan, I gotta get more round.
But they're
more round.
So this is accounted for within the study because there are low dose, there's medium dose, and then there are high dose, which within the sample set. So this is accounted for within what I posted.
Yeah, and talking about correlation. So
there's autism, there's ADHD, and then there's intellectual disability. And no link was found with any of them.
Yeah.
So
but there is a correlation, and see, it's important to recognize there's also a correlation between like everyone that's ever died had dihydrogen monoxide in their body. So there's a correlation between that and death.
Oh, that's true. Actually, that is facts. Hansen is spitting facts right now.
So correlation really, it means something.
Do you know they put that shit in children's swimming pools?
I know, yeah, and if you get it on your skin, you can't wipe all of it off. You just, have to do the best you can, and then some of it just soaks in no matter what.
That's true.
I get the joke, by the way.
Okay. Everyone who doesn't say they get the joke, and then I assume you don't get the joke, so you have to say you got the joke.
I didn't know how to add to it, so I just But I wanted to just let you know I'm on the inside, so it's.
I'm still on the outside, so don't feel bad.
What is so this is obviously I can't go through this now, but Tessie, I am curious. So is it the last one, the the Jama network. That's so Indian coded of a name, but that's fine. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. It's 2026. Okay.
Begins. So it's table 2 as well, and yeah, because I will. And here, there's also I mean, I thought about this. So even when they say like these things are like a risk to pregnant women, you also have to think that if you are taking Tylenol, it's probably not recreationally. You're taking it for a reason. And so if you're taking higher doses of Tylenol during pregnancy, you probably are in pain, which means you probably have other things which are affecting pregnancy.
I literally said that.
I understand, but so in a correlative sense, it still feels like a not a substantive statement, because obviously there are other things going on with these pregnancies, and therefore they would probably have higher chances of like issues.
I don't know if I could have said it more clearly. I mean, I know that's why I'm saying it's correlative. I even brought up the example that you just brought up. You know, I literally brought that up.
Fine. You know what? In that case, apology accepted. All right, let's just we'll shake hands. We'll move on.
Yeah, and there's
I
also
guess what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like it's at least. Do you think, Testy? This is what I want to know from you. Do you think it's crazy that I think there is a correlation? Because I guess what I'm saying, like maybe there are studies. I'd have to look at the study you posted more in depth. But do you think it's insane that I think, yeah, because I'm saying I've seen studies, the FDA fucking changed their stance on Tylenol for this very reason, right? Which I hate that Trump
is fucking insane, dude.
No, that's not. No, I hate. No. Oh God. See. Okay. Thank you. This is why I fucking hate what happens. I hate the left and the right because. So I knew about this way before RFK and Donald Trump and fucking what Dr. Oz did their spiel. I knew about this like a fucking year before. This was like a niche thing that at least I knew about. It wasn't publicized, and it's something I knew about, the link between autism, ADHD, and fucking acetaminophen. And then fucking Dr. Oz and fucking RFK and Trump do this, and now it becomes a political fucking issue. And it wasn't before. This was something the FDA fucking recognized. This was something that was in medical science. All right. And as soon as they fucking say this, then everyone's like, oh my God, these people are retarded. And they are retarded. And they all said bad stuff on that stage that they shouldn't have said. But it triggers the fuck out of me because it's like,
all right, I get it.
It's poisoned everything. And now we can't have like normal discussions about it.
All right, I'll give you the concession. There is a weak correlation with Tylenol and autism.
I'll accept that. And I could fucking try Fukushima Tabernacle ZYXWVUT SRQ.
I don't even know if you're right.
QR. Oh fuck! No, I think I lost it. Oh, I was cooking for a hot second. I started off strong, but that's fine.
So the
that was better. That was better than I expected to do. Okay, that was better than I expected to do.
The point is that if there is a weak correlation, then that's an important thing to consider, right? Like instead of dismissing it and saying it's not that, like the people in the scientific community need to say, hey, if there's a weak correlation, then what's the difference between the people that actually get the autism? And maybe there's some sort of biological factor related to specific humans who might have certain proteins in their brain or something like that cause the Tylenol to create more damage, or it could be like what y'all are talking about, where like these women have something wrong with them and they take a Tylenol for it and it causes, I don't know. But the important thing is that we're all friends, and I love my Oriental friend.
I appreciate that. You went away for a while and you came back. I almost feel like a new man. Like you have this aura about you. It's just this new lease on life. Like this positivity.
It's almost like he's more of an exceptional white, if I had to use
the
word.
That's a good way to put
narrow it down.
All right, Big Soda. Wait, so what do we have left here, I guess? Because
what the fuck we're talking about anymore?
Top
I think we're good on this, so you can go back up to the beginning.
So you can get a fucking macro fucking view. Oh yeah, we're at the bottom of this. Okay, so we've done, I think, all of this. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse or not.
All right, we got to do that one where your mouse is on right now. Yep.
Yeah, the third, the middle one.
Wait, like this guy?
No,
No,
to
to
the
the
left.
left.
That
To the
one.
left, to the left. This guy?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, it's not
This
zooming
is
in.
where we're going to learn a little about genomes.
Why is it fucking cucking? Okay, there we go. Oh fuck!
How
Why
about,
is this?
how about I just read that whole column and then
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
catch up.
Yeah.
All right, 2013 RATG13 is a coronavirus found in a horseshoe bat, genus Rhinolopholis. The bat sample was collected in 2013 from an abandoned mine in the Yunnan province, China. Its genome is about 96% identical to the SARS-CoV-2, making it one of the closest known relatives identified at that time. 2018, according to researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the remaining sample was used to obtain the full genome sequence. They stated they did not isolate or culture the live virus, and that sample was exhausted during sequencing. This account has been questioned by some commentators, but no publicly available evidence has demonstrated that RATG13 itself was used in gain of function experiments. 2020, the RATG13.
Sorry, everything. That's not me. It's not me. It's actually not me. Okay, go ahead.
The RATG13 genome was published after it was recognized as one of the closest known relatives to SARS-CoV-2.
So we know now. This is where it gets kind of iffy because I think SARS-1 has a 79% relation to COVID-2, but that's like the way they describe it. That's not really that close of a relationship. But this one has a 96%, which they still delineate between the two. But this is the closest known relative, or the closest thing to the genome of COVID or COVID-2. And I guess what makes this kind of interesting is this we don't have any data if they did do gain of function on this. They said they didn't have a big enough sample size, but to me this seems like a potential virus that could be the originator or the zoononical origin of COVID-2.
I have nothing to say because I agree with all of this. So
I mean, I'll be honest. My brain, I feel like, is kind of turned to mush, and I don't even know if I can continue to parse through this.
Right now, there's no record that this strand can be, what is it? You can have spike protein attached to ACE2 human receptors. And so if China has data on this and they're hiding data on this, this could be the origin.
Okay. So that's plausible.
Yeah. Well, I guess the main point to this is just to kind of put you in the realm that it could be potentially possible. And I guess if we start relating the odds of the location that CVID spawns, we look at Wuhan, what they were doing at the time. We look at security leaks, or I guess security problems with outbreaks beforehand. The odds of all this happening in the same area just seems like, I guess, the odds would lean more toward lab leak than it would be like a natural phenomenon.
Testy, your response to this?
I'm kind of at like a saturation point where I have to look into things we've already discussed before I can because like you've all seen. So I get you're painting a picture for me, but like once I have these threads and I have to like kind of follow them, I don't know exactly like the significance of these things and how they relate. So I sort of have to go step by step to because then if I try to look into this thing, because then it's it's kind of like, okay, well, this little factoid, and I feel like I've granted enough where even I'm like, okay, I can't quite explain this, or this seems a little suspicious, or this seems off. But yeah, I can't like just string these things together, so it's difficult for me to engage with.
No,
Without
that's fair. And plus, like even the way I guess scientists explain this is that just because there's a 96% genome similarity, it doesn't mean that this could have actually came out of the markets, and it just be a phenomenon where it just a coincidence where these two like 90% related COVID strand or CVID strands just so happen to be one of them studying it in a lab and the other it releasing naturally in the wet market.
Yeah, I will say, at least in terms of I guess how genetic sequencing goes, because I don't remember what it is, if it's like a cucumber or a slug or some shit, where it's like, oh, humans share like 97% of their DNA with this animal or whatever, and I'm like, dude, that 3% is like, in the case of
everything.
Animal, it's like trillions of lines of code or billions of lines upon billions of like genetic information. Like a 1% difference is actually like a pretty significant thing in those terms. So I mean, obviously we're dealing with a much more simple organism, or I guess not even like an organism, because viruses.
I mean, relate us to chimps. I want to say there's a 90% DNA similarity between us and chimps,
I think it's higher. I think it's like 98 or something. Yeah, I think it's a lot.
Yeah, but it's like that 2% is.
Yeah, we were so closely related to a fucking banana, if I recall correctly.
Maybe it's a banana.
Like 70% plus for a fucking banana.
The one that people always But I will say,
it means nothing.
That's not a totally fair comparison, because in these cases we are dealing with extremely simple. I can't even call them organisms, because I don't think viruses are considered to be like alive, but because they're like dependent on cells for like so they're like genetically they're very simple things, and I guess they study like the mechanisms as to how they interact or how they attach or how they which for the most part is not super well understood, because the human cells and I guess animal cells are pretty good at like countering these things, right? So when they sort of slip their way past the defenses, or they find a way to use the defenses against the host or whatever, I think that's one of the reasons that it just doesn't happen super often. Or again, developing antibodies, like our body just fucking figures it out, and we're like, oh, you're a tricky one. All right, let's do this instead. So it's such an interplay between these things, or even how viruses mutate, right? So I know I'm speaking very like broadly, but so again, I kind of like I accept sort of what you're saying at face value, but I just don't know the significance of what you're saying. Like I don't know how impactful it actually is, or how much it.
Well, that's why I got a preference, like especially with the scientists, like even what would that be, 3 or 4% difference is enough difference to make it feasibly possible. These are two totally distinct, aren't related in the sense of a lateral, I guess, like one wouldn't be the origin of the other. Like they would both originate from a previous, I guess, strand that then mutated into two distinct cousin viruses.
Right, it like diverges or whatever. Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying.
So in a sense, I guess you could say that all SARS, at least, I guess I'll go out on a limb and say all SARS are somewhat related to similar origins. That's why they have a high percentage of genome in common. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're the same, or they originate from each other.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it is. I don't know if it's the ACE2 or the spike thing, but like, yeah, that's how they classify. And also, I think like their general mechanism of interaction or whatever is like how they classify these viruses and things like that. Because to my knowledge, I could just be wildly off, but when I was looking into this stuff years ago, I'm certain there's like hundreds of strains of SARS, if I'm not mistaken, or like that they've identified that they would consider under that umbrella. Let me, before I speak out of my ass, maybe it's like dozens, but I know it's a lot. And like the vast majority of them just like live in animals and just don't affect them. Like it's just a bizarre thing that way.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where like I don't want to say like it's completely impossible that they, I guess, mutate to humans, but it's very extremely unlikely, and it's like the point they're at now. They cannot make that connection from this animal to
That's right. Yeah.
us.
So
Yeah, I sorry to
hundreds-
interrupt. I have to pee.
Sorry.
I also have a topic change. If you guys are down for it,
God. Yeah,
away
so-
from the
so
COVID.
down on this.
Yeah, if we have exhausted this, I do have a topic change inspired by something that me and Testy talked about. Okay, so not in a weird
right.
way, but so just wet your whistles. Okay, I will pee. Talk among yourselves. I'll be back in a second.
All right, let's shit talk him. Dude, he's so drunk. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's that special wine that he's got.
Dude, he's just fucking swigging out of a bottle. Like, that feels like a cry for help.
That's why he's been extra racial toward the Orientals tonight.
Extra racial. Yes.
So, Testy, the original prompt to Conspiracy Night was going to be to prove the Central Park Five to be guilty.
Dude,
And I will be honest, you can't really find anything. There's nothing.
oh, really?
Yeah, I think the best, and this is being very charitable, the best piece of information is that they were already assaulting and harassing park goers. But
Right.
it's like, then you have to make the next logical conclusion that why were none of their DNAs found on the woman, and why was a separate person who is not related to the Parkland Five DNA found on her? And it's like, well, you'd have to make the assumption that they beat her up, and then eventually this serial rapist found her and raped her.
Well, I feel like Confluence was like going hard for that because I didn't have quite enough detail. Like, again, same thing where it's like I kind of probably looked into it at some point, but I never did a super deep dive. But him and Let's Chief were going at it, so like I still kind of want to see that fight go down at some point.
Yeah, and I don't know where
Down. He's
like
yeah,
it's easy to paint it in the way of a conspiracy where you believe it to be true, but I don't know if it's something that you can form enough evidence to kind of rationalize it.
right. There's just
And,
too many things that just don't quite add up or
I
line
hate
up.
that I only heard partial of what you guys were saying. I heard enough as I was walking away to know you're trying to fucking bait me back. I heard enough, and then it got muffled when I was taking
I think
hot
his
pee.
his exact words I think was there was nothing. I think that's what he said.
I did give a graceful retort of saying I think the strongest piece of evidence, if I'm being graceful to that position, is that they were already harassing and assaulting park goers, and then you would have to make the next correlative jump toward that they then raped this girl.
So you're saying that people who were
Wait, what? No,
committing-
wait. Oh, we're
People-
talking about this. Okay, I missed all of this. I
The
cut
Central
out
Park?
a long time ago.
Oh, I thought you could
I
hear
didn't
us.
know you were talking about the Central
okay.
Park. I heard you guys talking about how drunk I was and all that. And then I cut out after that. That's all I heard. Okay, so that is the thing. Fuck the Central Park Five. They were guilty. And Trump was right to put out that post saying they should all be killed and stuff. He was right about that.
He's like that. It doesn't really make sense. Doesn't add up.
Yeah, like the evidence I was finding, Confluence, like it's a major leap because especially like once we found the DNA sample of Matthias Reyes, who is
No.
Okay, fill me in.
Okay. So yes, his DNA was there. Okay. The important thing is that he in jail. So okay, first of all, the Matthias guy, he was already in jail for life, right? He's a serial rapist, right? He's like omni fucked already. Okay. So then he meets one of the Central Park Five in jail. So that's fact. What is, I guess now I'm moving into my maybe conjecture. It's like you meet somebody in jail. And yeah, you were already fucked, so you have nothing to lose, but you have maybe everything to gain, possibly, because you're not out of jail. It doesn't matter if you confess to a new grape. It doesn't mean anything. You're already in jail forever. And so the fact that he coincidentally met one of the Central Park Five, I guess so I have a lot of arguments. against why I think the Central Park Five are absolutely fucking guilty as sin. But just with my one argument right here, where what are the odds? Or what I guess what is ever if someone disagrees with me, what is the reason why you would disagree based on I guess the odds of someone that is admitting to the crime, but also happened to meet the person in jail that is saying, yes, I did this thing. I guess like, yeah, why? I guess is the best argument they just happen to randomly meet in prison? Because my alternative hypothesis is, yeah, this guy, yeah, his DNA is on the crime scene. He did it, and he did it with the Central Park Five. And so, yeah, he meets some people and he cops to a crime in exchange for maybe some commissary funds, maybe some whatever, I don't know. Who knows?
Well, then explain the DNA. How does the DNA fit into that, though?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the guy that confessed, yeah, he fucking was involved. But I'm saying that there was other people involved. That's why. So I'm not saying the guy just like randomly just said nonsense.
It was a group.
But I guess how do you correlate the two together?
Even everyone said it was a group effort. All of the fucking data is a group effort. Everyone has concluded it's a group effort. It was even the Central Park Five that confessed, and the only argument I guess is fucking what Let's Chief. When I got very mad at Let's Chief because this case does trigger me a little bit, but I'm not going to be triggered right now because I'm drinking my fucking Shiraz. So get fucked, haters.
So
the only defense is that. Oh, okay, go ahead.
What is the Central Park Five?
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe we should back up.
Good. Yeah, we should back up. Okay, so Anson. So there was a case in New York in the 90s. I don't know the year because I was not prepped to talk about this, but someone can, if anyone posts any data or wants to say anything to correct me, that's fair game. Please do. But yeah, there were a group of 5 people that there was an assault on a woman where they brutally gang raped her. Gang rape, I don't care. They gang raped her and they assaulted her. And she almost died. She lost consciousness for a lot of time. And so originally the police in New York, they arrested 5 black individuals. And the black individuals, this is now, okay, so I'm trying to do my best to say what is contested. So the black individuals confessed to the crime. The counter is that it was under coercion. They did confess to it. That is facts. But the counter again is that it was under coercion. It wasn't videotaped. It was just them saying what they wanted the police to say.
The woman identify
Most of them, no. The woman was so harmed. They thought she would die. She was gang raped and beaten so bad that she was in a coma. And when she woke up, she has no memory of the event. So she can't ID them. She can't do anything. She's lucky to be alive. So she unfortunately cannot do any, can't really say anything to this case. And so they get arrested. They go through the police interrogation. They confess to a lot of stuff. Again, the other side would say, yes, it was coerced. It wasn't videotaped, etc. They end up in jail. And then they eventually knew this guy in prison, a serial rapist, says, actually, I did it and I acted alone. That's what he says. And so then this brings up a new case. They are exonerated under, was it under the Innocence Project? I can't remember if it was or if.
How can you be exonerated for a crime that you confessed to?
Well, I think it was the Innocence Project with the DNA sample. But I also found that they collected the DNA, I guess then, but I never asked if they were able to test the DNA and trace it back to Michael or Matthias at the time, or if it was something that happened
at the time.
Later.
I don't know. So I'll just land the plane quickly. Just give, I guess, finish summary. So yeah. So then these 5 black men, they're found under a new case, I guess, to be. Because they were minors at the time, or at least a lot of them were, and yeah, there wasn't cameras, and they say they were coerced and all this stuff. They are given a new trial. They're acquitted. The all of the previous prosecutors and the district attorney and all of the New York Police State Department, they do reports. They say that's fucked up. They say they don't agree. But nevertheless, they are let off. They sue the city of New York. They were granted a settlement of millions of dollars. I don't know how many millions. And they are an example today of the wrongfully imprisoned, the people that are just, they were just doing their own thing. They were just minding their own business. Even though they were assaulting people, they even agreed to this. They were assaulting people at the time in the Central Park. They said they were just wilding. That was the quote that took precedence. Or not precedence, the wrong word. I don't know. I can't think right now, but whatever. That was a quote that took off. They said they were wilding in Central Park. Donald Trump brought his ad out to say they should be the death penalty should be re-brought back. And yeah, they were eventually, okay, long story short, I suppose. They were acquitted of all charges. They were given a bunch of handouts from the government. And they're a common example cited of wrongful conviction. And so I guess my stance, which I get a little heated on, is I think they were 100% guilty. I think they knew stuff that would be impossible for them to know. I think, again, the fact that the guy in jail that confessed to it later, the fact that he knew one of them, I think the whole thing is, it's not a miscarriage of justice. They were rightfully convicted. They should be in jail to this present day. The fact that they have gotten money from the city of New York is fucking mental. I think it should be locked up.
If I could summarize, basically Confluence is saying that he doesn't trust them because they're black, so they obviously did it.
Oh, yeah, okay, I heard that. Confluence, why are you racist?
Not racist.
He is drinking.
I'm not racist more than the average Albertan. That's what I'm going to say. Okay.
Hold up your wine.
Yeah, how much of that thing? Dude, that's a fucking kind of.
It is.
It's a big bottle.
It is mostly.
Let's see the label. Let's see the label. What does the label say? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to know the label? Oh yeah. Well, that's if I'm drinking the wine, that means I'm like pro those people. Wait, let me hit the button.
And
there we go.
And then now say the Central Park and then blank.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be like that because it's not a race thing. It's not a race thing, but it happens to be. Never mind. 5 people gang raped and almost killed a woman. The race doesn't actually matter. The race doesn't matter.
It's because she's a white woman, isn't it?
No, it's not about that. It's actually not about that.
What was she wearing? Did she have it coming?
No, she did not have it coming. She was like fucking jogging. This is Anson. I'm surprised you don't. This is like Anson. You will. Well, I know. I 100% know that if you look at this case, you will agree with me. 100%. I am like
based on everything. My life. Based on everything that y'all have. Yeah, based on everything that y'all have talked about, I could care less about this case.
I don't believe that.
It was like the OJ case of like.
Why would you not care about it?
Well, it was, as you say, it was the 90s. This was like what fucking 40, almost 40 years ago now. More than that.
No, how does
more than 40 years?
What the
crazy.
What the fuck are you saying?
It's old news, bro. Move on.
More than 40 years.
So Confluence, I say I could care less because I don't care about like regular crime. Like if those people did it, then they should be in jail. If they didn't, then they shouldn't. But we have a fucked up legal system. So like innocent people go free, guilty people, get put in jail. It's not fair.
This is. Okay, but Anson, okay, so this is, okay, now I know my vector to try to convince you on this. This is used commonly as an example of the fucking Innocence Project, which I personally can't stand because the Innocence Project was started by the fucking OJ attorneys to make, I'm not saying that they haven't I'm sure they've gotten actually innocent people off, but it started by the OJ defense attorneys. I think that means something. And the people that were involved in this joined on, at least some of them, into the Innocence Project. This is not just a random case. This is like a landmark case in American political misjustice, and the innocent shouldn't be wrongfully convicted and all this fucking shit that's happened. It's like a major cultural touchstone that's happened. This is not some random crime issue.
I get it. So you're saying that you're still upset that even though OJ was obviously guilty of murder, he got off, and so you're projecting that on other people.
No, I mean, you're right in the first half.
Well, no,
You're right in the
OJ,
first half, but no.
Let's be reasonable though. OJ was innocent, like his son.
I
I mean,
No.
you gotta have
Okay.
faith in the system, right?
Okay, but dead ass. It's like, no, I'm saying that yes,
Did you
I'm
say
saying
OJ was innocent?
people.
Yeah, he was
I'm saying
acquitted.
the people.
Clearly,
the
the system works. So
Yeah.
Okay,
He
Testy
paid
is being
for his
ironic.
innocence.
Okay, obviously, Testy is being ironic. But-
OJ is proof that our legal system works if you have the money.
Yes, but Anson, this is what I'm trying to get you on. If you haven't heard this case, this is the thing. It's not about. I'm saying this is a pattern that leads up to a massive, in my opinion, fucking problem. So I'm trying to build, I guess, build a fucking bridge, maybe, possibly build something. It starts with the OJ trial. Yes, you have the defense attorneys. They're obviously retarded. They're obviously cocked. They're obviously degenerate, scum of the earth humans. And they go on after they win the case to make the Innocence Project. The Innocence Project then gets off a bunch of these people like the Central Park Five, and they're taking people that are clearly guilty, that any sane person, if they're presented with the evidence, would say this person belongs in jail and they are a net negative, and they stick on anyways. And then that Innocence Project goes on again and again to do this over and over.
So isn't it the problem then that since our legal system is based on like flawed people, that we have these flawed outcomes that you're citing, where, you know, if you can get people off on technicalities, like then isn't like, it's not really the Innocence Project that's the problem. It's like, you know, allowing juries and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it depends, I guess, how macro you want to take this. Like, I don't think the jury problem. I don't think having a jury, I don't think is a problem.
Did you not see the OJ jury? I mean, they're fucking retarded.
Yes, they were, but I would say that's.
It's like letting people vote. It's just as degenerate.
I would disagree. I actually would disagree. I think with the OJ thing, I think it was especially fucked up, especially because of the fucking. Oh my god, I'm so retarded. What's the guy's name? That was Rodney King. Rodney King beatings. That all the timing and stuff that made the jury incredibly fucked. But I think I would argue, maybe because I have faith in how the system works, I think that's the minority of instances. I would trust a jury, especially when they're given jury instructions. I think in most cases, I think it is a good system to have. I think there is outliers like the OJ case where it's a bad thing. The Innocence Project is something different because they're trying to do some appeals on technicalities all the time. I think it's a different animal entirely. And that's why I was trying to focus on them.
So I'll give you the same spiel I gave Keelan earlier. Only for the United States. We live in a police state. We incarcerate more people than pretty much any other country in the world. We're one of the few countries that has a death penalty. Like, we are, like, in terms of our legal system, we're completely fucked, but it's normalized for you.
It's not normalized. What do you mean?
Like so the idea of like allowing a jury to decide your fate is just a way to convince people that the system is fair. But we've basically created this massive like prison culture where we're basically destroying lives, and it's degenerate. It's just as evil as the Chinese police state system.
The U.S. is not unique in having a jury system. Most modern Western civilizations have a jury system.
Well,
That's not like something that like.
Yeah, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, it's like voting. It gives people a false sense of having some sort of like fair impartiality, when in reality, there's a much more deep-seated issue where there's an entire culture and entire generations of people that are being locked up for bullshit that shouldn't be locked up.
And
Okay, what's the
Yeah,
alternative?
yeah.
If you don't want a fucking jury, what do you want a judge to decide? Probably not. That would be even worse, I would think.
Attorneys,
So then who?
attorneys should be illegal. Like that shouldn't be a profession. The legal system shouldn't be so complicated that you have to pay somebody
Not what I
thousands of
asked.
dollars
Not
to represent.
nothing.
Yes,
I don't
no,
think.
judges. Yes, judges are lawyers. I don't think that lawyers should be a thing. I don't think judges should be a thing.
Okay, so if you don't want, okay, great. So if you don't want a jury and you don't want a judge, who decides if I rob a bank? And so who decides if I'm guilty of robbing that bank?
Well, the police officer that's been sworn in by the king.
Also,
You're
I gotta
fucking kidding me.
Love you.
Love you, Testy. Hanson, you were kidding me.
No, I'm not.
A police officer. So you don't trust the judge, you don't trust the jury, but you trust a police officer.
Yeah.
You know a judge has to be sworn in as well, right?
Yeah. So there's too many layers right now, right? And not enough accountable people. So if there's a single police officer who's doing the wrong thing, it's easier to weed out. There's more accountability.
How do you weed out someone who's just like biased though?
Yeah, so like judge, jury, executioner all in one.
Yeah, I would say that's a bad thing.
Yeah, no, that's the preferable system, because if there's a defective, peace officer, then that one individual is the only one that has to be taken care of. But in our current system, you've got attorneys that you have to deal with, like all kinds of different people that are involved in the process that can sway it, and there's much less accountability. But if it's just one person who's making the decision and they make a bad decision, it's easier to hold that one person accountable.
It is, but it's only easy to hold them accountable if they've done some like objectively wrong malfeasance.
And it would be cheaper too, right? Because you wouldn't have to pay attorneys anymore. There wouldn't be this like period of time.
It would definitely be cheaper. Yeah, it would be cheaper, but I don't think I think it is true. I mean, I don't think 12 is like some objective number, but like it is better, I think, to have more people be deciding this than one guy, because one guy, especially if his job, as you've said, is like he's a police officer, that's his fucking job. Whereas if I get called for fucking jury duty, then hopefully the idea, at least in a utopian society, is that I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just trying to, and I'm given juror instructions, and I'm supposed to be deciding this. If we assume people are good faith, which you're often not, but if we were to assume that, I think it's a fair system to have. Yeah, it's like delegated to 12 random people of the society that are trying to do their best. Again, if your argument is that they're oftentimes not doing their best, they're oftentimes held to person decision making, that's fine.
The jury isn't a group of 12 impartial people. It's a group of people who were selected after a lengthy process based on like what both attorneys that representing the state and the individual have input on. And what I'm saying is it's not a clean process. It's an entire waste of time when like the Central Park
clean process.
The Central Park 5 situation would have just been handled at the time, and then there wouldn't have been anything to worry about.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Okay, first of all, Lobster W, Let the Guilty Walk Project. Absolutely, I'm glad Lobster agrees with the Innocence Project. Yeah, fuck those people. Actually, I just a brief aside. Okay, the Innocence Project, the main guy was on Joe Rogan's podcast with a guy that he got off. He brought him out of jail. The Innocence Project, the main guy, he brought this guy out of jail, and he was on Joe Rogan. It's a real episode that happened, and you can hear the whole 3-hour thing take place. And Joe Rogan, fuck Joe Rogan. I usually like Joe Rogan. Like I think he's retarded, but I enjoy him. But in this episode, I thought he was like fucking cucked to the moon, to be completely clear. And he's like completely like, oh yeah. So you were like completely innocent and you were let off. And oh yeah, thank God the Innocence Project was there to protect you. And then this guy ended up beheading somebody like a year after the Joe Rogan podcast. He beheaded the guy and put him in a trash can, and the guy the guy that beheaded him wore a dress to try to disguise himself. This is a whole thing. This is a real thing that happened. This is a actually real event that happened. that's an aside. So fuck the Innocence Project for real. But
It seems like everybody left you Confluence.
it seems like that, but you haven't, Danson. Okay, so you know what?
Yeah.
As long as there's somebody here, okay, we're going. Okay.
Where did everybody go? You know, there's people watching. They can click the link and get on here with us, and then we can talk about how we ought to make lawyers illegal. Because that's actually like something I'm super interested in. Because I think that the entire legal system is basically set up the way it is to make a specific group of people wealthy and not actually serve the people. And if it was left up to just like individuals, then they'd have more resources to be able to handle the situation, and there wouldn't be as much red tape. You know, it would be like more streamlined. You know, justice would be served more swiftly. We wouldn't have to worry about like, you know, this innocence nonsense you're talking about.
I mean, okay, so first point, I think that is very perspicacious of you, Anson. People can click the link and join the panel at any time. That is first of all, that is just a true thing that can happen, and they can be a part of the Confluence live stream. That is true. Second of all, the lawyer thing, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe we can. I think I maybe I could be persuaded on that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure on that.
Get rid of the Supreme Court while we're at it, because they don't really do anything either. They're just lawyers who wear robes and think they're important.
No, see that? No, that's. I think. Okay. I feel like you're maybe trying to trigger me, but it's working. I think SCOTUS is the only thing that is holding the country together. I think SCOTUS is the last bastion against everything else. Like, unironically, I think it actually is. I think SCOTUS is important, and I think lawyers. I mean, fuck lawyers, but they're also are important. It's a weird thing that it's like, yeah, Anson, in your world, the Central Park 5 would have probably been omni executed, which is a world I would probably prefer, but not with the consequences that I guess it would fall down on in
you just worship liberalism and think that juries are good because they're like you or whatever. You've been programmed into this whole Western society thing, and that's all right. Most people have.
You have two, Anson. You have fucking two. You can't tell me, oh, Mr. American, that you haven't been fucking inculcated into American society as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been outside of it, so.
Yeah, but you've always been inside of it at the same time, if you think about it.
I don't know, man. Not the way I was raised.
In Western society, though, I guess is my point.
Well, yeah, but like you know, so if you were born in Alabama and you were born in a family that, you know, was like pro-Confederate, like you wouldn't have like happy, warm feelings naturally about the government. You would think, well, why did these people ruin our society? And you wouldn't think you're a part of this system.
Yeah, I don't. Okay. First of all, not born in Alabama, but I don't have warm, fuzzy feelings about the fucking government. Obviously not.
Well, yeah, you do. But you're always cucking for the government. You like
in what?
Well, you want to like
what way?
You want to give Trump a reach around,
bro. I'm so. I don't know, Anson. I mean, I don't know. I know you've been gone, but then I don't know how much you've been watching, because then apparently you do know my moving situation. So I'm not sure, but I'm on my anti-Trump arc right now, like low key. So I'm not giving Trump any reach rounds. Not now, especially after the 50% tariffs that he's going to levy against Canada right now. But on so many issues, I'm so done with Trump. I'm so fucking done. I'm omni fucking done with Trump. I'm so done. I'm actually done. So there's no reach rounds. I would not grant him a reach round. Okay. If it was Ron DeSantis, would I be reaching around? Possibly, maybe. Okay. Possibly. You could maybe catch me in the wrong. Yeah. Ron DeSantis, or okay, fine. Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, maybe. No, come on. I'd give Nikki. I would definitely give Nikki Haley a reach around. Absolutely. Don't threaten me with a good time. Holy shit.
Yeah, you strike me as more of like a Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of guy.
Ew. No, absolutely not.
You like them dirty blondes? Yeah.
No, absolutely not. No, she's for the streets.
Yeah, her district ain't that far from where I live.
She is retarded. Why don't you like Nikki? Nikki is like,
She's a neocon.
well, so am I though.
I know. Yeah, you listed off 2 neocons, and I'm like, yeah,
I guess I did.
Yeah, I'm a Thomas Massey for president guy.
You got to drop the neocon hate, I think, Anson. You got to drop it.
No, I'm good. I had my neocon phase. John McCain was the first Republican president I voted for.
I mean, he was a president, but that's fine.
Well, I voted for him for president in 2008 when he ran. As my point, he was a neocon. I had my neocon phase. I voted for Romney in 2012 too. That guy was a neocon.
I don't know. I heard he wants to put black people in chains. That's what I heard. So that sounds crazy to me. I don't know why you'd vote for that guy.
He did have a binder full of women also, so.
He did.
Yeah.
So why hasn't, okay, so the neocon thing. What do you want to see, I guess, with the U.S., the U.S.'s foreign policy in the world, I suppose? If you think it's wrong,
to
be a neocon, to support these efforts, I guess, what is your utopian vision, I suppose?
Well, I mean, it would be good if the United States stopped being an empire.
Why? See, I want the U.S. to be an empire.
Yeah, so because empires naturally degrade, and what ends up happening is that they import lots of foreigners, and it destroys the country that's actually the center of the empire. And I don't want Alabama to be destroyed. I mean, like where I live, there's already lots of foreigners coming in, and they just need to get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? So if we weren't an empire, people wouldn't be coming here because they wouldn't feel like this is like the place that they need to go. So it would be much better if we were poorer and people didn't want to live here.
What's your issue when you say foreigner? Are you talking like racial lines? Are you talking like moral lines? Like
cultural lines. People that aren't from here, that have different values, that are coming in and changing the country to something that it wasn't established to be. Like a bunch of Muslims, have moved here, and a bunch of Indians, people that they don't have the same sort of mindset as the people that made the country what it is, and it's causing it to fall apart. There's not a cohesive monolith anymore.
Okay, so if an Indian moved here but had your ideals, you're fine with that?
Well, yeah, I mean, after a few generations, that'd be all right. Yeah.
Well, why after a few generations?
Well, I mean, so I know lots of foreigners, right, that live here, and the ones that I've met who are like first generation, they still have the mentality of the country they came from. The second generation were raised by those people, and they still carry some of the old world biases that they have. My bias is for my world, the world that I'm in here. It's not for the grievances that I have, like that Jacob guy who has grievances with Iran. People that are coming here, they don't say I'm an American now. My old beefs no longer exist. They bring them with them, and that's a problem because it causes balkanization.
Some, sure.
And when I think, where am I from? What do I care about? I think of the several generations of my family that built the country, and I want it to continue to be great.
Okay, question from Testy. Can he move to America, and can he breed with your white women?
Yeah, I'm all right with him doing all the breeding. We need more kids. Testy,
miscegenation, Anson. You're 10 toes down on that. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, I've been with black chicks. I ain't into telling people they can't fuck someone because of the way they look. That's just fucking retarded. But yeah, like Testy seems like an intelligent guy, and he needs to breed because we need more intelligent people breeding. So if you were like, and you don't like, you sound like you've adopted Western culture to some degree. So, I mean, I'm sure that like in a couple of generations, your children would have shed any kind of weirdness that you brought from whatever country you're from. So, yeah. Have children, marry white women. White women are the best. Right behind Chinese.
So you
women.
get the pass. You can fuck all the white women. You can, and Anson will let you join his colony, which is crazy. If I was in charge of Anson's colony, I don't know if I would allow that. Actually, I don't know if I would allow that. That would be, I feel like that would be maybe untoward, possibly.
Well,
but,
you don't want to fuck white women? What's wrong with you?
No, I want to fuck white women.
Well,
Absolutely,
who wouldn't want to fuck white women?
Well, everyone wants to fuck white women. That's not the issue, I think.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I endorse fucking white women,
Yeah, me too, brother.
I don't know why I'd tell Testy he couldn't. That'd be weird. I'd tell him not to do something I'm doing.
That's true. That's true.
I fuck Indian women too.
Would you fuck every race? I guess is my question.
Yeah, of course. I'm a cosmopolitan, man.
I am. I mean, am I gatekeeping? No, I'm not gatekeeping. I'm not gatekeeping.
And Testy doesn't seem like one of the kinds of Indians that works in like a Fleabag motel or like a hotel Patel or like a gas station. You know what I'm saying? He seems more like the normal kind of guy. So
he is I would allow that. I'm not. No one imply anything from on the opposite of what I'm saying. But I would let Testy fuck a white woman. I absolutely would. If I was God, Emperor, King, I would let Testy fuck a white woman. I'm not saying that if it wasn't Testy, I would stop that. So I'm just saying I would allow that.
What I was saying is, though, I'm a culturalist, right? So I think that now Testy's got some weird ideas about like communism and shit that he needs to fix. But I mean that stuff can get fixed, right? Once he learns a little bit more, like today,
he's a bit lib coded. That's true.
Yeah, but like he's open to thinking, right? There's a lot of libs who don't think. Like when we were, and I've noticed this with Testy about several things. He's not dogmatic, and as long as you're not dogmatic and you keep an open mind and you're actually curious, you'll get over being a liberal eventually.
Inshallah, Testy will.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I did. I used to be a liberal. Hell, I was more of a commie than Testy was.
I'm tempted to believe that based on the miniskirt story that you told yesterday, Anson. I'm tempted to believe that.
Well, it's the truth, man. I told you I was a vegan at one point in time, didn't I?
Yeah. I guess is that are you gonna say it's a trait openness thing? I suppose.
Yeah,
you just tried on.
Yeah, well, and it's kind of a burden too. Like, have you ever I'm sure you have. You got a psychology degree. You probably studied that shit. But like, it's a burden to be that high on that particular part of the scale, because if something's, and I'm super low on conscientiousness, like in like the 5th percentile. So in order for me to be able to function as a like non-homeless person, I have to find ways to find novelty in the things that I do that are routine, or else I won't function. It's actually very difficult for me to like maintain a job and shit.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, and Tyler, on that debate tonight, man, you did fucking awesome. You cleaned the house on that debate, man.
Wait, who did? Tyler, who did you debate tonight?
Vince Wilson, the doghouse. He's a former conservative, kind of like Counterpoints. He's a former conservative.
Wilson.
Yeah, I'll send you his Twitter. I've been arguing with him for 2-3 years now. We've grown quite accustomed to each other.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't agree with a goddamn thing you said, but you beat him in the debate.
You don't think that Russiagate was more corrupt than financial profiting of any sort?
Well, you kept doing the tu quoque fallacy where you brought up Obama when he was trying to talk about Trump. And you were like, well, what about that guy? Well, what about that guy? And he didn't call your ass out on it at all. He fucking sucks.
Well, the prompt was that Trump is the most corrupt president. I think it's perfectly valid to say this president here is actually more corrupt. And I was also arguing against his points. It was two-pronged. But yeah, I think that's valid as a negative, as long as you relate it back to the...
This is the doc you shared with me, right, Tyler? This is the thing we were talking about.
Yeah, this is what we did. Tessie and I did a mock argument in chat, and then blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I prepared a lot for this one.
Yeah, it was a live in-person debate in Dallas.
Tyler, is this... Okay, so I was joking with you before. Is this guy actually a magician, or am I like pulling up the wrong guy right now? Is he a magician or no?
No, he's I don't actually. You know what? I don't want to say what he is. I don't want to dox him.
No, he's a magician. He plays hide the salami sometimes with other dudes.
Is he? Okay, is he? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Is it this guy?
No.
Is it not this guy?
No, I'll give it to you real quick. Like X. I'm gonna deliver.
Yeah,
to
he's
you
like a fake Christian guy.
I can't find another fucking Vince Wilson.
You can't get it on your own, so X going to deliver to you.
X going deliver to you.
Yeah, but that was fun watching you debate in person, man. You're pretty good in person too. In addition to being online, yeah, you're real good in person.
Yeah, it was fun. I went on speakeasies and got rolled though, because that crowd don't like me.
Oh, I love going on speakeasy. I play the heel when I'm over there. I haven't been over there in a real long time because I don't get along with speakeasy anymore. But I would go over there because the crowd hated me. I would just like talk shit to the chat the entire time and tell them they were fucking idiots.
Okay,
Someone's talking to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So this is him.
Yeah, he looks like Mike Judge.
Don't know who that is.
The creator of Beavis and Butthead.
Fuck that shit. Koi slop.
What? That's fucking retarded confluence.
That's actual koi slop. I'm sorry.
That's actual retardation coming out of your mouth.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I hate that you like Beavis and Butthead, Anson. That's crazy.
It was one of the most important formative parts of my youth.
Yeah, it's so transgressive. Wow.
Yeah.
Moment. Insane.
It is, yeah.
Mike Judge is a genius. Okay, well,
yeah.
Okay, fuck me, apparently.
Have you not seen Idiocracy?
I have, yeah. It's a fucking... God, I hate that people like talk up Idiocracy. It's like it's like a milquetoast, limp-wristed parody.
What?
That's what it is. That's all it is. That's all
it
is.
You're a limp-wristed parody. Fuck you.
But it actually is, though. It actually is. It's just not good. It's not good. It's fine.
You just don't like it because a black man was president in that movie. That's all it is.
Well, I didn't even know that, but I dislike it even more now that you said that. But no, disavow.
So Tyler, we were discussing the finer points of making attorneys illegal.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said I like your flag.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a huge fan of the Israeli culture.
Yeah, they're very welcoming and kind people. They generally top the charts in like donations and altruism and good things that they do for other groups as well. The Israelis are very big on protecting minority rights in the Middle East, especially when the Syrians were
Also
attacking
true.
the Druze. They intervened so they could protect the Druze minority in Syria.
Yeah, I'm actually an even bigger fan of the women. I mean that the women in that culture are probably like the sexiest, right behind the Chinese.
Oh, that's actually facts. The Israeli women, yeah,
Yeah.
they'll turn me at a good time. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Like if I had a choice, my third and fourth wife would be Israeli.
I think it's valid.
I should go to Israel and pick up women. Tyler, you want to
Hey,
go
is
there
it-
so we can go hunting for women? You could bring your wife along with you. You could be my wingman.
In Israel?
Yeah.
I would love to. I want to go kiss that fucking wall.
I kiss the wall.
You gonna
Absolutely.
tongue? You gonna stick some tongue in there?
Tyler,
What is
would
that?
you?
Oh, I'm sorry. What is that wall from again? My wife asked.
The Wailing Wall.
The one that everyone goes over Israel and kisses. What is that? Like, what is the significance of that wall again?
It's the fucking temple, the Temple Mount.
That's the Holy Temple Mount.
What does that? What does that mean though? Like, talk to me like I'm an atheist and have no fucking clue what your mythology
It's
means.
Yeah.
so when the Jews had a temple in the Old Testament back in the day yonder, and it was rebuilt a second time, and then it was destroyed, but there is a remnants. There is like a baseline of it, and so that's the Temple Mount. It's the spot that it had that the temple was destroyed, and hopefully, inshallah, will be rebuilt again. And so the Jews kissed the wall to remember that maybe it could be rebuilt a third time if they collect enough red heifers or whatever the fuck. I don't know, that's outside of my wheelhouse, but yeah. So it's a sacred site because it is the site of the Temple of Solomon and the second temple that preceded.
Why do Christians kiss it though? What significance does it have to Christians? Like Jesus did
Nothing.
something there?
No, well, Jesus did a lot of stuff in the temple, but no, there is no actual like biblical significance of that. It's just something that it's a Judeo-Christian thing, I suppose, because it is a site. Because I guess Christians recognize the Old Testament, and so it depends on, I guess, your branch of Christianity. But yeah, if you think the Old Testament is important, then you think God chose that specific place for a reason, and so
I thought, based on my understanding of your mythology, that Jesus foretold the destruction of the second temple, and that like worshiping worshiping that is more or less like denying what Jesus foretold, and it's basically anti-Christian.
If you worship it, I don't know if I would say it's. Yeah, I don't know.
Isn't that making an idol? You're not supposed to do that in your mythology.
I don't know if you kiss your wife, is that idolizing your wife?
It depends on where I'm kissing her.
It might, perhaps, but I don't think it does. I don't think you can kiss your wife wherever you want. It's 2026. I don't think you're idolizing her in that.
That means you're not worshiping.
Hey, Tyler, I just wanted to let you know my brother and his Filipino wife are having a baby next month. I was gonna.
Congratulations!
Oh, look at that! Your wife's in the background. I didn't know that. Hey, how you doing?
Tyler, your voice is so high pitched right now. It's crazy.
Thank you. I try my best.
You just can't shoot it. That's it.
Yeah, my family's pro miscegenation all the way.
Well, yeah, that's cool.
Is it though? Is it?
Yeah, she's listening. She doesn't want the camera on, even though she's all dressed up and looks very nice from her debate con and VK
Then
appearances.
Cam up, Skylar, cam up. What the fuck? And like,
Yeah.
there's like
Just
4
out
people
with, like,
watching. Just cam
Dozens
up.
and dozens of streamers and shit like that, and she won't come on camera now.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Come on.
There's literally a Sky. There's literally 4 people
getting
watching.
yelled at,
Like no
getting
one's
yelled
gonna
at.
fucking see this. Fucking
to
shy.
be married.
So Asian coded. So Asian coded. That's fine though.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's getting yelled at.
Yeah, I'm getting yelled at. Okay, I'm sorry.
It doesn't
tried the
sound like
camera
you're
up,
yelling.
you know.
She sure does giggle a lot when she's yelling.
Yeah, she mutes the mic and then scolds me and then turns it back on and becomes an innocent angel again. It's a trick women play called "Nobody's Looking. Let me torture my husband."
Yeah. So when are y'all having a baby?
Oppressed.
I'm oppressed. Working on a mortgage payment right now, and when we can afford that and get into a place, like we're in a 2-bedroom apartment. It's nice. There's like a pool and a dog park. It's like a cool little area. It's definitely one of the nicer apartments I've ever lived in, but we want a house.
Yeah.
Then you have the order backwards. You should make a baby now, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Babies don't require a lot of space, man. You know,
They don't need a pool. They don't need
Yeah.
a dog park. If you think about it.
Yeah.
They
Well,
have
you could
more
like,
than
strap
enough.
them. You could strap them to the back of a dog and then use the dog park. That would be good.
You know, they all pee at once then.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe at least is ending here. We could go somewhere a little smaller, save a little, because we definitely like don't need all this space. We have I have a streaming room in my apartment. Like it has its own closet and bathroom and shit like that. Like I'd probably downsize if I needed to.
Yeah. Well, good. Don't wait too long though. I mean, her eggs are drying up. You know.
No, it's me. I'm the older one. I'm a few years older, so it's my sperm will turn to powder or whatever.
Oh, that ain't true, man. I got people in my family have kids all the way in their 50s. That ain't true. As long as they're men, you know, women that don't work. But
No bullshit though. I think every year a man gets older over like 35, raises the chances of the kid having some form of autism. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I have my numbers off.
yeah, I don't know.
Honestly, that seems like something Testy would know off the top of his head. Some weird statistic.
That sounds like some weird stuff RFK made up. Have you been drinking the RFK Kool-Aid too?
The RFK Kool-Aid is called whole milk, and yes. So absolutely. Oh, Cool Vic 1 VK. Yeah, I met him in person today. He was pretty nice actually. Good for him.
He strikes me as
Great
a super short kind of guy. Is he super short in real life?
No, he was taller than I am.
The guy who said fucking what?
No kidding.
No, that was stillborn.
He just gives the presence of like a short guy then.
Yeah, no, he's a big fucker actually. He's probably like 320. He's like taller than I am, maybe 300 taller than I am. A plump guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of shitty. Like it's hard to defend Sarah Raging Tomato when she keeps doing shitty things to people. Apparently, Vic was supposed to go and debate, and she like got him booted out of the event.
Nice. Yep, that's women.
Nice.
That's women. So vindictive. Confluence, are you about to fall over because you're drunk? Or you look like you're about to like hit the ground or something. Are you good?
A bit. You know, I do have to go. I'm getting a little sleepy, or maybe drunk. Depends on your interpretation. But yeah, I am going to end the stream. Anson, you don't know me. Don't act like you fucking know me. You don't fucking know me from Adam, okay? But yeah, I am going to, on the coincidental timing from what Anson said, I'm going to end the stream. So. Fuck off, Anson. And God bless you, Tyler. And God bless you, chat. Okay. 07s, everyone. Bow.
Trans people aren't real.